Hello, hello. How's anybody out there doing tonight? Hi, Kathy. How are you tonight? Oops. There we go. Hi, Lisa. How are you this evening? Sorry, my chat on my phone is actually running slower than the laptop. I'm doing good. It's been a very long, exhausting day. I spent most of my afternoon into the evening in heavy rush hour traffic. Hey, Anna Marie. The link's up above, guys, if you want to jump in. Or shall I correct myself? Ladies, if you'd like to jump in, the link is up above. Let's see, who do we get? Anna Marie.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh,
hello. How are you again?
good. Good,
Let's
good,
see, let
good.
me change the layout here. There we go.
I got my bed head, hey? No.
What are you agreeing with me on that, Lisa, that it was a long, exhausting day? Hi, Suze. It's okay. I just went live just a minute ago, so everybody's just popping in now. So how are you, Miss Dragonfly Boom?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah,
Last night was pretty messed up, so
yeah, it was.
I actually dreamt about that crud.
I
Um,
couldn't sleep.
I actually got to sleep for a while and then took a nap this afternoon, and I was dreaming about all that stuff too. That was really disruptive what took place last night, and I don't know if anybody wants to talk about it or not, but
I don't really want to go into any kind of detail about it, you know.
yeah,
It's still heavy on my mind as well,
yeah.
but I'm not
It's a
gonna
burden.
I'm not gonna sit here and start bashing or
Oh no.
even, starting to bring it back up, especially
Yeah,
when, people are not here to defend themselves.
right.
Um,
Exactly.
I did while, I was in Gigi's show, I was watching the chat over there and, saw that my name was being thrown around in a not so nice way.
Oh
So
no.
I
I
put
just
in a message and that message was immediately blocked. Uh, and so then
by
uh,
who?
I have no idea, but one of one of the mods, I'll just say that, who is friendly, uh, said hello to me, and she asked why I and another person were removed. And I responded back with, because people want to run their mouths and not give other people a chance to respond. So, and I just left it at that. A few other people in there said hello to me, and other than that, I just stayed silent because I was on the other panel. But
Are we live?
yeah, yes, we are live.
All right,
Hi,
never mind.
Tina.
There was
Yeah,
one of our
go ahead, Monty.
mods that was there was one of our mods amongst us last night that's not in our usual group that was just blocking and hiding people left and right, and they wasn't even cuss words in it. There was cuss
Well,
words in some of yours, and it popped up for review, and I was like, I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it.
yep,
I
I
sat back,
know
dude.
I know who was doing it last night, and that's fine. I'm
Glimmer.
not going to hold any grudges, or no, it wasn't Glimmer.
No, that's who I texted Travis. I was like, take that wrench away from her. She's she's
Oh,
going by her feelings and not how it actually should be, if you get what I'm saying.
yeah,
I
I do.
only I only
Yeah.
requested one person be taken out of there because I wasn't keeping up with what was going on in chat much, but I did catch one where somebody said something pretty nasty, and I asked one of the mods to remove that woman, or at least her comment, not the woman, her comment, so that it wasn't on there anymore.
I
Lisa
just
says
And
tried to I
Lisa
just tried
says
to jump
he
on the
had an
panel.
apology earlier for everyone.
I just tried to jump on the panel and it was not the right link to the stream, I guess you call it. I don't know.
For
So
the
I tried it
restream.
again. Yeah, I tried it again because it was off of Miss Blue Moons. I hit the link, and both times it said it's try again because it's not the right link. And I'm like, So I was just gonna try and talk to Travis on the panel. I'm not gonna comment in that chat.
I wouldn't
I,
honestly, Monty. I wouldn't even bring it up beyond what it already is. It doesn't need to be continued.
no,
well,
I was just
I'm unsubscribed. I was like, enough of that. I need more positive things in my life. I don't need all the negative. So
gonna
Well,
pop in, say hi, and see what he had to say. Other than that, I everybody's noticed my distance today in a lot of chats. I'll just say
yeah.
that. Even though, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I I'll say this. I love Travis. I think he's a wonderful person. Um, and I will still support him. I'll still stay on his channel. I'll still contribute in the chat and on the panel if he'll allow me. But you know, I think it's well understood how people feel, and not everybody's going to agree with it. You know, I went back this morning and I watched all of it. You know, replayed it and watched all of it. And I'm not real happy about how things were approached once I got on panel. You know, it came across that nobody wanted me to speak about it. You know, and as far as my feelings about it, I felt extremely betrayed. You know, uh, and I know where he started from and where he's progressed to within the community and all of that, but you know, they were even telling him in the chat to come back to them. You know, that how mean we all are. So you
It's
got bad
one of those
internet tonight,
nights.
Monty?
No, I accidentally hit the wrong freaking button again, like I did over at Chi-Chi's twice.
Okay. Thank you, Suze. I appreciate that. You know, and I'm gonna make my formal apology to all of you for my language and everything last night. But I was heated, and honestly, when I get heated like that, I really don't care what comes out of my mouth. Um, is it right? No. You know, and that's on me. I accept the responsibility for that. But apparently, I wasn't the only one that was heated, and something needed to be said.
There was
And
lots of
I'm
people
not
heated, but
and I'm not the only one that feels that way. I'm actually glad that our friend, the musician, did not go up on that panel. That would have been disastrous. I mean, we already saw what happened on his channel. So, and that's a very sad thing, you know, for all of us. And I
My
have to
take,
say that all of us helped to cause that, including me.
I think my take on the whole thing is that maybe some guidelines need to be set that are understood by everybody, you know.
Yep.
I
Yep.
saw the discussions in the chat amongst some of the moderators that the rules keep changing and things like that. So that gave me a little because I don't watch that channel very often. I don't go there much at all, and I just was up last night and thought that I would pay attention to it, and they were having some good discussion and stuff like that up until the point of what took place, and I was like,
subterfuge.
I was in the chat going, demons are taking over the chat or the panel, and it's like, can we please say a prayer? You know, can we do something to calm this down and bring it together, because there's a lot of bad words being said or in conversation attacking each other, and I just don't believe in this attacking type stuff. You know, I think that there are better ways to resolve issues. You know, you don't have to nobody has to agree with anybody,
Right.
but it created such a chaos and such a tension, and you're wanting to defend some of the things that were being said to people in the manner of, hey, you're being disrespectful. The conversation was getting disrespectful in areas, and I had personally the young lady that was up on there I had never seen before, but her mouth and the way she was talking and addressing people in chat, I thought, whoa, why, to me, why was the person that had the channel saying, hey, no, don't go after my audience here, leave them alone, your conversation is with us, but so that confused me a little bit, and then I was like, well, none of this is really professional, so all this stuff's running through my mind. But I'm also coming back to the reality of the fact that we are all trying to bring together a community of people that want freedom,
Yep.
and we want to come up with ideas and share positive things, where it came right across that this young lady misunderstood and misquoted or whatever what Liberty had said, but she made no
Yep.
apologies for it.
No, and she sat back acting all innocent, like, she didn't start anything.
Right. And then I did go on to the channel, like she likes to hang out on or whatever tonight, that I never go on because I just don't like what I consider disrespect of people, the way it's being done over there. So I don't even watch it, but I got curious, and it was all being discussed in the chat there, and
Mhm.
not totally in the context of the reality of what took place last night. So I was like, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, she tried to play the victim, and that was apparent in the chat afterwards, because she had everybody on her side that were like, "Oh, poor baby, coddling her." And it was disgusting. The way that
Yeah,
she went after Rusky alone, multiple times went after him.
so yeah, I just thought about, there's a juvenile mentality amongst certain people, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I thought it was rather immature and not a mindset that I prefer to be around. So
Yep. I'll tell you what,
Right.
I fully expect to see either last night being picked apart on that show, or my show is going to end up on that show. And he's going to do to me just like he does to Mike Penny and Doug. Watch.
oh yeah,
Check
and
the
they'll
private
probably have
message.
something to say about me, but I could care less.
Yep.
Charlie,
That's their
check your private.
mindset.
They
Check your
did that
private
today,
message.
Suze. They attacked you today. Oh, Suze posted that she went on their channel and they attacked her.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching. Kim Young was
Wow.
sticking up for Liberty also.
Who?
Kim Young was also sticking up for Liberty. She goes, I really don't think you guys should bashing. I got the screenshots.
I did the
So they
screenshots.
were
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. They were actually re-streaming on Telegram last night.
I caught them. I called them out into our chat and Travis's, and Yori Bori or whatever was like, "No, we're
Yeah.
not." I'm like, "It's live right now." I was watching both screens. You know how you go into Telegram and YouTube. I had both of them pulled up, and I was watching both of them. They was actually live for live, and I'm like, "Oh, I see how this is going." That's all I'm saying right out here in the open.
Well, and then the other one that I went on tonight, they were talking about all of it tonight, and this one gal was even on there going, oh, I wish I'd have realized that was going on. I'd have been there and had your, word for word. I could put it right out, but I'd have your back and I'd be behind you. And the way it seems to me is they're making it out like she was some kind of victim or something. And she's getting all this attention in the chat on the other place, you know?
Yep. Kathy,
So
you're
that's all it was
absolutely
about,
right. And we
attention.
actually, you know, I contributed to that. And I apologize to all of you for having contributed to that. But again, something needed to be said. Travis needed to be made aware of what was happening.
I think he needs a little better setup so he can see what's going on in his chat, because he has said that he has a hard time seeing it and reading it and following it while he's
Yep.
He seen some important things though in that chat, and he used that excuse.
And
I
I
noticed it.
called him out on that too. I told him, I said a couple of times, you mentioned things that were in the chat. So you are aware of what's being said, because he said that his viewers were telling him to stop it, and he let it continue. You know,
and I lowered myself to a standard I rarely do. I put a comment in. I said that little girl should go play in her own cat litter box. I mean sandbox. Oops.
well,
You know,
I
just-
guess
Yeah.
I guess I won't
Yes.
expect to see Shane 187 back in my channel then.
I got that screenshot too.
But I figure they'll probably come trolling around here, and who cares?
Well, they can come trolling around. You know, I think I made it very clear last night about how my channel's going to be run. You know, if
Yeah.
people come in, they can say whatever they got on their mind, but when it becomes disrespectful to anybody, then they're gone. I'll boot them right the hell out of the room.
It was very uncomfortable. And the way
Yeah.
I was like, you know, there's all these regulars, and I was just starting to go over to that channel and starting to go on there a little bit more. And you probably noticed that in chat, seeing me show up there once in a while. And I was starting to get a rapport or feel a little more comfortable with the channel and everything else. But after last night, I'm like, no, I'm not having that. I'm not. Nope, you lost me. You just totally lost me, because there was a lot of wonderful people, and even tonight, those ones that were there are on other channels.
Yep.
putting
And it
stuff
got
out
down
about it.
it got down to where pretty much the entire chat was from the other channel, other
Yeah.
than the mods.
Oh yeah.
You know, if that's
And-
not hijacking a show, I don't know what is.
And Rusky's group was in there too. They was both fighting back and forth. I seen it.
Yep. Yep.
And
They were.
it was
But-
it was on Travis's channel, and that's uncalled for, because I'd already seen 2 days ago or whatever, when that person of the Take Apart channel had posted up a thing about Rusky saying no one have anything to do with him, da 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 da, this and that, everything. I read the whole thing, and I was like, oh, so they're at war. And then
Yep.
all of a sudden, they both groups pop into Travis's last night, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's not good all the way around. And
No.
it's gonna take some time for everybody who was in that
You're
room to
you're
recover
absolutely
from
right,
last
Kathy.
night.
If he was wanting to talk to her, or her talk to him or anything, that should have been behind the scenes. They
Yep.
have each other's numbers. They should have talked about it then, not on air.
Yep.
All it did was
But
fuel and
they-
feed the ratings of that person
exactly.
that takes apart the channels.
Yep.
Especially
And
after
that's
I caught
exactly
him
what I was just gonna say.
especially after I caught him on Telegram doing the whole show, and now it's private.
I think a lot of
she's
people's
from
feelings
Cold Beer
were-
Confessional.
Who?
I'll be right back. I have to get a drink.
Char.
Oh, I know.
No, Lisa is asking where did she come from. She comes from honestly the same place that Travis came from originally.
So, so what's our topic tonight? Not
Hey,
not
Two
really
Feathers,
this.
thank you for joining us.
But we need to pick a rabbit hole other than this, because yeah,
Well, honestly,
it's your show. I'm just saying.
um, I think honestly that the best thing to do is, you know, let's try to move on the best that we can. Uh, I realize, this isn't over, not by a long shot, and it's not us that are going to push it. It's going to be them. And they're going to try, just like last night, they're going to try to force my hand. They're going to try to force other, channels' hands. And even for those of you that come up on panel and are in the chat, uh, they're doing their best to cause division amongst patriots because they don't like what certain patriots have to say, whether they're talking truths or not. You know,
I say,
Mike Penny seems to be the big topic. And I'm sorry, but I like Mike Penny. I think he's a great human being. Is he misguided in some of the things that he's putting out there? Absolutely. But at the same time, he puts forth a very good God-based message to his
yeah.
viewers, which is why he has so many followers.
I'm wondering what would happen if 2 or 3 channels just grouped up out of the whole family and just swung over there one night into that other person's channel that, yeah, and come in like they did on Travis's, if you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
I would. I got 5 accounts. I'll change every one of my names.
Oh, they were even bitching in the chat that I changed my name and came back in. Well, I did that because the mods were blocking my messages as California Patriot, so I went in under Charlie Keeling. And then they started blocking me there, and I switched back to California Patriot in case it was just, a timeout or whatever. But they started complaining that I was changing my name, I have absolutely no problem putting my name up on that screen. You see my full name every time I go online if I'm under Charlie Keeling. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not hiding from anyone.
Me either.
If you want to bring crap to me, go ahead, bring crap to me. Let's see how that turns out.
The only time I backed out and switched to my other channel without a picture is, and I went to my Why Are You 8 Up For account, is because that was after I'd already caught up on Telegram what I seen. I was like, oh, I don't want my name being broadcasted out across Telegram.
Nope. Go ahead, broadcast me, dox me if you want to. I don't care. I'm just like, our favorite musician. I got nothing to lose. Absolutely.
Yes, she is, Susie. She is an agitator.
Yep.
She was bragging about it tonight.
Yep.
I've seen it.
Well, they brag about it all the time. You know what? Shar even made the comment. She made the point for me actually right before she went off and got off the panel, and she stated out of her own mouth that they do this for fun. They tear people apart for fun.
Right. And they look at it as comedy. She kept putting that out as comedy. Yep. So are we a Jerry Springer show or what?
Hey,
they are.
I'd like to be a Steve Wilco and just go right over there.
Right.
Get about 20 of us over there, and I'll tell you what.
I wouldn't waste my time doing it, because then we're lowering ourselves to their standard. I mean, even if you go in there with all love and kindness or whatever, I just happened to go on the channel she referred to where she hangs out, and the one that she defends so much and everything else. I was on there one time. I saw it come up, all right, in the past,
Healing.
and I went on
Healing's the
there
second
and
one.
Sorry,
they were tearing apart Madison Marquette's story. She was telling her story, and I got so ticked off. I just went off that page and I went right over to Liberty, and I put it in his chat about them tearing apart other people's work and demeaning them. And I put it on as a warning. So those guys went into their over there or whatever. Everybody said they were going after the program. And I'm sorry, someone's got something. You put that up there. Did you want to address someone else, or I probably shouldn't even get into it. I was just turned off by it. I found it rather repulsive. The childish behavior.
Did anyone notice the web bot? You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was in there all night tonight too.
At least seven times last night, and I hit it twice. And because the first time it popped up, and I'd seen these other unusual names in there starting to pop up. I'm like, what's going on? And then I was on panel, and he brought in her, and I was like, who is this? And I was like, oh, I know who this is. So then I jumped back down in the chat, and that's when I counted up to at least seven times that one bot was up in Travis's. So now I know, kind of, pretty sure who does it.
Yep, I think Robert was the one that got him last night.
He got him a couple times, yeah. And then there was once or twice. Johnny Angel got him once on the web bot. I call it the web bot.
Yeah, Lisa got him twice tonight.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Sweet. Yeah, I got him at least once or twice last night, and I was like, this is ridiculous. Anyways.
Yep.
Have you seen the video of it's either in Tennessee or Mississippi. It's a NASA cloud producing machine. It's a great big rocket engine, but it's stationed, right? And they turn it on with some kind of a different fuel mixture, and it seeds clouds. It starts to rain after a little bit.
Yep.
Like usually the ones they have by NASA?
They fly over the top of the clouds and seed them over there that way.
Right.
And then it'll start to rain.
But this is a stationary unit, and it's down there. It's either in Tennessee or Mississippi. I've seen it's a English, British, whatever sounding guy doing the interview, whatever you want to say. And it's a few years old, but it's just nothing but white smoke or cloud or whatever you want to call it comes right out, and then it hovers up, and then I think he showed it raining just 30 minutes later, and I'm like, how come I don't see rain behind you? It looked like it was being dumped right on top of him.
Yeah, they can target exactly where they want it to be. That's what HARP is for. They can target any area they want, and they can bring a hurricane, a tornado, whatever they want. They can bring it your way. Drought, whatever your imagination could think up, and they've had that technology for decades.
Right.
Yeah, that is freaky, Kathy. I was just showing the other night a picture of one of the mobile HARP systems that's out in the ocean. It looks like an oil rig. It's on two pontoons. It's got motors, and they can drive it around out in the ocean, put it wherever they want.
Have you looked up the prison barges? We've got
Yeah,
prison ships, anyways, that just float
Yep.
everywhere out in the ocean.
you know,
They're the
I
sea.
actually, you remember here, actually 4th of July, when, remember Flynn kept saying he had a big surprise for us on 4th of July?
Yeah.
And then the only thing that happened, physically that happened on 4th of July, was that huge explosion in the Caspian Sea right near an oil rig. And they claimed it was mud volcanoes that blew that mushroom cloud up out of the ocean a couple 100 feet into the air. That was no volcano. Sorry, don't believe it. And just the few days before that, in the same week, the same 7-day period, you had the Gulf of Mexico right near a decommissioned, at least it looked decommissioned, oil rig. And you had fire boiling up out of the ocean there with all kinds of tugboats all surrounding it, shooting water at
One of the
it, you know.
black sites for the clowns in action
Hmm.
was down there. It was in between Bermuda Triangle and Florida
Hmm.
coast, somewhere there, and it looked just like a dilapidated oil rig slash submarine dock. Now,
Yep.
I seen that picture a long, long time ago, and I'm like, are they going around blowing up these secret black sites? The
That's what
ones
I
that
was
they're not,
thinking.
the ones they're not using.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
maybe they had gone in on those two oil rigs, the Gulf of Mexico and the Caspian Sea. Maybe they had already gone in and cleared them out, and they were blowing the tunnels that go to them,
Yeah.
and the gas
Yeah.
lines that go to
Uh, who was it that said that? Kathy or Lisa?
them.
Kathy. Yes.
Kathy.
Uh, these prison barges are huge. They're almost like, oh, not quite as big as maybe Alcatraz, but they resemble the building. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's they're 3 stories. They're 2 or 3 stories, and on this great big barge, they're pretty good size.
Yep. Yep. And
Take them out
then
into international waters, and no one can touch you.
that's right. Well, and plus not only that, but they're private corporations that have the government contracts to operate the prisons, so there are no repercussions. The
Yep.
warden of that prison is your master, plain and simple.
Yep.
You know, he can kill you if he wants to, and nobody's going to bat an eye.
Kind of almost like that one movie I seen with Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. They
One?
just made it a few years ago.
Expendables, or the one where
No,
they escape, the escape plan, where they go into
yeah,
prison and then he has to
it's a
break
prison,
out.
and he climbs out and he finds out it's a prison ship.
Yeah.
Those those are they're real. I mean, the prison ships are real. And then when I seen the pictures of the barges, I was like, oh shoot.
Well, same thing with the oil rigs that are decommissioned. They turn those into prisons. Uh, if you've ever seen the movie Face Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage, uh, the prison that he gets put in after they swap faces is it's a deep water oil rig. And you see that when he breaks out of there and he's running across it and he jumps out off of it.
So I was listening to a hijacked video from July of this when it actually took place, but it's a hijacked foreign name video with the Scott McKay and Negative 48 then, and then he's
I
talking
don't
about
watch those.
it was the one he was talking about, the ones where John was under mask, and the video of John Durham he did, and that was John, and then he said when Jimmy Kimmel interviewed Mike Lindell that that John was Mike Lindell that night. I was
I'm
like,
gonna
what?
hop off, guys. If you want to call someone else up, I've got some stuff going on with my dogs right now.
Oh, anybody can come up that wants to. I can have up to 10 people.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off.
Okay.
I might hop back in later.
Anytime that you want.
Love you guys. Talk to you later.
Love you too.
Love you too, Dragonfly. So, as a matter of fact, let's see. We'll paste the link in there again, just in case. So, if anybody wants to come up, there's the link.
Don't be scared. We don't bite.
Unless we're asked to. Oh. Yeah, man, I am literally just mentally exhausted by all of that. All the crap. You know.
Oh yeah.
And then I got when I got off stream last night, I had a few text messages from Robert, um, and he was telling me about what was going on with Ken, and he was telling me that, you know, Ken's not mad at me. He was actually thanking me in the chat during all of that several times. And you know, I felt and actually still do feel really bad for, you know, what's going on with Ken, because I do feel some responsibility there, you know, good or bad. And you know, it is what it is at this point, but I pray that he's not, you know, upset with me. You know, after thinking about everything.
He's not mad at you.
Well, we'll see.
I
I
wasn't even
sent him
that.
I sent an email to him right away, you know, apologizing and you know, for shining any kind of negative light on him, because Travis uses his music on the show. And like I tried to explain to Travis, I wouldn't want to be associated with what was going on last night if I was him, trying to get my name out there and make something of my talent. I
Right.
wouldn't want that, you know. And I think that was completely overlooked.
Well, I commented on I made a comment on the last video that Ken put up, and I was like, "Love you, brother," and he took down the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting back trying to figure out the different ones of who was who, not on our usual group, just the different ones. You know what I'm saying? Because I couldn't tell which group was which group some of the time, and I was not stirring the pot. I was not trying to hide anyone that necessarily. You know what I'm saying? I was, for the most part, I was sitting back. But if he's mad at me, I don't know why.
I don't know. We won't know until he decides to tell us, if ever he does.
Oh, I know what he said about saying. Huh.
Yeah.
Straight up, he said, "Don't text me, don't call me, don't."
Yeah. Yep.
I love Ken. I mean, shit.
You know what my biggest regret is that he decided not to do his song debut today.
Yeah. And anyone that had the newsletter, it didn't. You can't play it now.
It wasn't accessible when I got the newsletter. As soon as I clicked on the link, it was already gone.
Oh, it was for me yesterday, or the day before, night before.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just
Uh,
crazy.
Kathy says you're a good mod, Monty. Yes,
Well,
you
thank you.
are. By the way, you are a good mod.
Well, like
Um,
Liz and them tried to tell me that don't go by you can't go by how you're feeling towards that person. You got to go by the rules of set by the channel host, the channel owner, or whoever. You could get what I'm saying.
right. You can't bring personal feelings and
Right,
friendships and all that
exactly.
into it. You're there to do a job, and the job dictates what you do.
Well, I did let some friendships get. I didn't block you last night because I was like, I can't block him even with cuss words. I was like, damn it, Charlie. I
Well,
was
you know
already
what?
text you.
You know what ticked me off about that? What ticked me off about it is that they blocked me for simply saying the word bitch.
Oh, you had another word in there too.
Not I put that in intentionally, actually, after she set it up on the screen.
I know.
And I did it because I wanted to see if it was going to be blocked. So that was intentional.
Two feathers. I was nervous.
What were you nervous about, Two Feathers? And what was I wasn't listening tonight because I was in another live chat. Uh, but why was Deanna crying tonight? I saw that. I saw some of the comments, but I don't know why she was crying. I didn't take too kindly to her being attacked last night either.
She was crying.
Tonight she was on his show. Oh. I'm sure I'll talk to Deanna and find out.
Tell her I said hi. I
Oh,
didn't even get to
absolutely.
catch her. I slept. I didn't wake up till 2 o'clock my time today, and I fell asleep 5:30. I was like, enough of this BS. I was like, it's been a stressful night. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
Why were you nervous speaking?
If anyone noticed, whenever I first called them out about what they was doing on Telegram, that's when I really laid. I sat back and I was just watching the chat, and if there was anything that I seen, the ones what got me is the ones that was a mod in that chat. I couldn't do nothing about them, and that was the one person I told Travis to take the wrench away from.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
I
not in our
saw that.
usual group. Yeah, and I was texting him. I was like, take that wrench away from her. She is blocking and censoring people that just not even needing it. They're not. They're
Yep.
just saying regular words. It's no cuss words. It's not. It's not being derogatory to anyone on the panel. And oh, it was making me mad. But anyway, after I noticed what it was happening on Telegram, that's when I was like, oh, my name's not gonna, my face, my picture, nothing's gonna be up just to catch someone else's some good ratings on their channel. If you get what I'm saying,
Yeah.
not good ratings, but more ratings. Anyways,
Well, Two Feathers, and Lisa, I've been on my first live was on where I went on somebody else's show was on Canadian Patriot Q65. Couple days later, I was on Gigi's show, and I've been on her show every night since, except for one night last week.
Yeah, there was a
And
couple of
that
nights
that's
last
why
week.
I yeah, but that's why I
didn't
started
see
my
it.
channel. I've only had my channel up for what, about a week now, Monty? Well, since last weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did my first live show last Saturday. So I understand what you mean about being nervous, that's for sure. YouTube dropped my mic, or StreamYard did. But yeah, this channel is for everybody. It doesn't matter to me who you are. If you just want to jump up and say hi sometime and then jump back down, or you got something on your mind you want to talk about or comment on, you're always more than welcome to jump up here and join the conversation. And you get past the initial nervousness if you just turn off any other screens. A lot of people, they want to see what they look like when they're online, and hear themselves when they're online. So they're watching multiple screens, and that actually causes the nervousness. So if you just turn those off, just you go into the StreamYard, you'll see the same screen that you see right now. You'll see it on your phone or on your computer, and you'll hear everything through that. And you just ignore anything outside of that. Carry on the conversation.
I hate going back and then listening to myself. I hate listening to myself. My first time calling in was on Jeff Riddle's show. I was giving my testimony.
Yeah.
And then I was on Liberty's show
you
one
talking
night.
about on his Sober Fridays?
Yes, a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago. And
yeah,
then
I heard that one.
the next time I went on was on a Liberty show, and I was up there and I didn't really know what to say except a little bit, and I jumped back off or was kicked out something. And
Yep.
I think it was a night that Shane was there and Mike was doing something else, and I was getting ready to ask Jeff B something, and Shane kicked me out. I don't know, something like that. But I mean, you get over your nervousness. You really do. Look at me now. I don't hardly even on our neck of the woods, I mod there, but I also jump up there because they don't have a lot of people wanting to jump up there to talk. And so I'll jump up there and just do any
just kind of fill
topic.
space.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just like I felt real comfortable with Travis's too until last night. And this and Gigi's, Brenda's.
Those feelings are gonna fade. Travis is still a brother, and his heart is
I know.
in the right place. He doesn't deserve to be abandoned.
I know. They was trying
Liberty says it. I'll say it myself. We all make mistakes.
They was trying to get him to come back over to his
I know.
As they said it. But
yeah, I know.
He's not confrontational in a lot of things. That's it's hard to explain, really. But
Well, that's why I told him that his kindness is being taken advantage of.
true. He mentioned my name in that shit. About if he goes, what should I cut off you? Should I cut off?
Monty, yeah,
He said
yeah,
someone else and then my name, and I switched to my regular account. I was like, why was my name brought up in there?
yeah. But I mean, at that point, you could imagine his mind was in overload. So he
I
was
get
just
that.
saying whatever popped in. Um,
It was bad.
you
Two
get
feathers.
so nervous and your head will spin or go blank. I know that feeling. I really do. But you know what, Two Feathers? We're just normal people like you. We're not any different. We're not any worse. We're not any better. We're just us. You know.
And Lisa, I seen where you got hid. You either got your message erased or you got hidden or something. And I was that. I know who done that too.
Yeah.
Glimmer.
Do you get to see who actually drops people or blocks them?
When you're a mod, yeah,
Oh, okay.
you get to see.
I
I can
I'm
go
only a
back.
mod on Gigi's channel, so well I'm a mod on Riddle's channel too.
Right. Well, just about everybody is over there, but and Craig's.
No, I'm not on Craig's.
You can when someone is when their message is erased, a mod can go up there and click on and view the hidden message or erased message, and normal people can't.
Right.
Just like a mod can go back in and if it's within that section, if they've been accidentally hid by another mod, you can unhide them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that part, Lisa.
Yeah, Travis accidentally hid Miss Blue Moon last night. I seen that.
Oh yeah, she was pretty upset about that too.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
her and Grizz was having a little bit of words for a little bit, and I'm like, come on, this is what their objective was to cause fighting in amongst us. Is how I
That
said it.
that
So,
that's who was blocking me. Was
oh
Agent G.
well, she was going by the rules that Travis
No,
had
I
set
don't. I
on
know.
the custom.
I know. I don't have any ill feelings towards her. None at all. You know.
Anyways,
Um,
so
she was one of the first ones to reach out to me when I started going into Liberty's channel and getting involved in the chat at Liberty's. You know.
right,
So, you know, and things happen, you know, between friends, and sometimes things happen between people that don't even know each other, and that's what leads them to become friends. You know, it can go any way, but it's up to the two people involved to direct it in the direction they want it to go.
right,
I don't want to have enemies. I don't want to have any animosity between me and anybody else. You know, I said what I needed to say last night, got it off my chest, and I
Kathy, you're
hope
right.
that I really hope that in some way through all the chaos that I was able to get in his head a little bit. And I know that he said something earlier today about he felt so terrible. And then, of course, the title of his show tonight, saying that he let his mods down. He didn't just let his mods down. He let his entire platform down.
Yeah.
And that's what people are upset about. It's really not even about that woman and what she had to say. It was about the action that she was taking that was being allowed. And that's what I meant by feeling betrayed. It was he he just let it go, and it it came across that he was more interested in her and what she was saying than he was his own group. And he was standing up for those other people that came into the chat as well. And matter of fact, all of them on the panel were. And that's where that's where I got heated.
I
It
understand.
just felt so wrong, so wrong.
The whole thing became a shit show. And for 4.5 hours, I think it was, if I remember.
Yeah, something like that.
At least 3.5 to 4. It was, anyways.
He's still going right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the whole, from the time that the chaos started to it ended.
Yeah, it went about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, because I think it was a 7-hour show, wasn't it? Or no, less than that.
Yeah, it was less than that, but it's still that whole.
We was an hour and a
from the
half to 2 hours in whenever I was up on panel. I think he invited her, and then I was like, "What the hell?" I was talking, and then all of a sudden, left field, it went. And I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. So I jumped down in chat because I already had a feeling we was going to get bombarded in the chat.
Yep. I knew as soon as I saw her come up on panel that was going to happen. Actually,
well, there was that one lady that came in there and was talking about her teeth or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this lady? And then all of a sudden, boom.
Yep.
And then the night before that, Ken's chat when we was up on there, and that crazy happened. And then the last night when I was in Travis's, I seen that Heath McClanahan or whatever that name pop up, and I'm like, wait a minute, that was in Ken's chat whenever they was trying to get that lady a place to stay, and I'm like, it's just craziness. Okay, I'm ready to go down a rabbit hole, something different.
Okay.
I really am.
For it. Go for it. I think we could all use something different right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mandela effect, or I don't know, whatever you want to go to.
I don't care. I don't care. You're the one, as Kathy says, has all the interesting topics. So come on, co-host.
Not always. Not always.
Come on, co-host. You do, man. You come up with some really good topics. That's why I enjoy talking with you, because you think like I do, and you're quite knowledgeable about a lot of this stuff that even I don't know anything about.
All I know is, I don't know. My true thing on the Mandela, I've noticed some changes here and there on how things was and how they are now, on how they look or how they are spelled. But here's the thing: you don't notice. Some even claim it's a time, not a time change, like a timeline. Yeah, a timeline shift or a bug in the matrix. Now, they say the Matrix movie is a documentary.
Right.
Some aspects on it, yes, I can understand that. Now, it's just weird because I know how some things used, like different pictures. I was on Prepping 101 one night when they did that, and they brought up the Pringles man or the Peanut Man before
I'm not.
and after. But
Sorry, Money. No, Lisa, Craig does not have his power back on. As a matter of fact, he had to go buy a new generator because his generator crapped out today.
uh-oh.
Yeah. So he
Yeah,
was up and
all I
did a
got,
short video earlier today.
I got in on. I text Riddle and I was like, "Hey, I'm not going to be able to be on the show today because I was going to read Word of the Day since it's Friday." And I
Right.
just texted him last night. So I texted him today. I was like, "I'm not going to be able to make it. I'm going to be on the road driving." He goes, "No problem." So I caught a little bit of it when I was halfway done driving, and I caught a little bit of the show then, and I caught just a little bit of Craig's update right at the very end. I was getting ready to say hi and I love you, brother, and he ended the stream, and I'm like, oh.
Yep. Yeah, I've caught the end of streams like that several times.
Yeah.
You know what? One of the big problems is though is either people they subscribe but they don't hit the notification bell, or YouTube is screwing with us and they're
Both.
undinging they take your subscriptions off, they unding the notifications. I don't get half the notifications that I have set up.
I get mine an hour or two later sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
It was either like 2 or 3 weeks ago or something like that on Jeff Riddles, and I'm like, I know I subscribed to him. I was like, why is it saying I'm unsubscribed? So I had to subscribe back. That's the only one that I had to do that.
You sure it
Now
wasn't a
the
different
others,
channel?
no, it was Jeff Riddle 1.
Okay.
And so that's the only one that's actually kicked unsub me from. The others is I won't get like Liberty emailed me and I didn't get it till this morning, and yet it was sent 10 p.m. my time last night.
Hmm.
And he said thanks. He goes, I fixed that one. I sent him a video of the military stuff on the train, and he goes, I fixed it. He goes, thanks for both emails, because one was asking if he would put the Veterans Crisis Hotline on the ticker, especially right now during these times, because I mean, anyone that this is going to be almost like a testimony. I didn't get to tell this part on Jeff Riddles back in 2016, dude. I tried to off myself about 3 times, right?
Don't talk about that stuff live.
No, listen.
You
Baby
shouldn't
mamas,
talk about that stuff live. Trust
listen,
me, you shouldn't
I know
talk about that stuff live.
Just getting this off my chest. She was threatening me with the kids and everything else. But listen, I started listening to 21 Pilots. They started lifting me up out of that dark hole for a
Okay.
good reason, and so that's why I can relate to the 22. Okay.
Yeah.
I can relate to what the veterans are feeling on that aspect. Is what I'm getting
I'm
at.
right
That's
there
all
with
I'm
you, brother.
saying. That's all I'm saying. Well, a lot of people don't understand until they've been in that dark spot.
You're
You know
right.
what I'm saying? And
You're right.
21 Pilots, if you listen real closely to the words and everything, their music is to help people understand that. Or the ones that try to cut themselves. It's anything for. It's not just attention getting. They're doing it for a reason. They're
Well, of course.
anyways.
Song
I'm not going to
lyrics
go
are
in,
always for a reason.
right. Whether it be too much attention or
Look at
it's hard.
Look at Green
Klondike
Day,
March.
Lincoln Park, one of my favorites. You listen to the lyrics of their songs and you can feel their inner pain just from their lyrics. You know,
Yeah.
it's you don't
Well,
even
that
have to
goes
have
for
the music behind it.
that goes for Nirvana too. But did you
Yeah,
see
same
the
thing with Nirvana.
Did you see the recent of her about her? I mean, what happened?
About who?
FBI helped cover that up for her. She, the woman that should not be named, of Kurt Cobain's,
Right. Love.
has some very high ties in with the three-letter eight. I shouldn't have said that three-letter agency either. But anyway, has some ties in with them. And the cops up there, detectives, there was only one or two detectives that knew what had happened, but they got fired or something from
Mhm.
actually releasing the true info. And he didn't kill himself.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. If
And
he's even dead.
who knows?
Think about it. 855 supposed WITSEC people.
That's a lot, though. That's a
That
lot.
that is a lot. But look, I mean, we're going all the way back to JFK days. Over that
Well,
many years, 855 seems like a small number.
what blew my mind was when, okay, I remember seeing the Zapruder film, and I remember seeing uh, the Jackie O saying, "That's not my husband. That's not my husband," and I'm like, "Huh?" And then up until a couple months ago, when I first was told that that wasn't actually him in the car, and I'm like, and they said, "Remember when Jackie O kept saying, 'That's not my husband. That's not my husband,'" and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh my gosh, it makes sense." And they said it was a
Yep.
clone then, and I'm like, "Oh, come on." And so what gets me is no one knows that there's two. There's a Lee Harvey Oswald and there's a Lee Oswald,
Yep.
and both of them was within a few years of service of each other. Both of them at one point in time in Texas, not Texas, or was it? Both of them at one time lived within 6 blocks or 6 miles of each other, something like that, and they uh, the same high school. And I'm like, whoa. One of them went to Russia and he was either a spy for the CIA. The other one, I think, was groomed to be a patsy. I think
Oh,
it's
of
just
course.
weird. So many weird
Maybe I wouldn't even
coincidences.
say groomed. I mean, they just picked somebody out
They both
and
looked alike, though.
I mean,
At one point in time,
look at the Mark Wahlberg movie Shooter.
right?
What how they set him up.
Okay, so there was so Jack Ruby had ties with the Louisiana mob. Everybody knows that.
Right.
But Dorothy, oh, what is her last name? She did that one old talk show. Whose line is it, anyways? Uh, Dorothy
I don't
Kill.
remember her last name. I know the
But
show and I know the person you're talking about,
yeah,
but I don't remember the last name.
she got killed. They found her dead in her apartment. She had ties to Jack Ruby and JFK. She knew the truth, more truth than what we knew. And
Right.
so far, from what I remember, there's been 137 or 150 people that was killed just trying to cover up what happened in Dallas that day. So, and I was
How
like,
many of
holy,
them are actually dead?
well, I don't know. On Maryland, that was, was it Tropicana? No, wait a minute. Was it Tropicana? Oh, who was it?
Hello,
Big wig
Dave.
from
Hello, Christina.
the big wig out of the Chicago outfit, I think. He admitted to saying that he had Marilyn murdered. Now, but what's weird is, right shortly after that, right after either the police was called or something, a policeman pulled over RFK's limousine, and he was in a frantic hurry to get to the airport. Said he had a meeting to get to down 6 or 8 blocks away from where Marilyn lived. And I'm like, now what was he doing at her place? Because the diaries and everything that she was supposedly getting ready to release information about the Kennedys,
Right.
supposedly, was gone. No love letters, no nothing.
Yep.
And
yes, Dixie Mafia was involved.
Well, I just call them Louisiana ones. I forgot the name of the head honcho down there. There was Tropicana, and I think he was out of Florida. And then there was the one in Chicago. Chicago, Illinois was pissed off because they went to Big Joe Kennedy, and him hauled around, and he pulled some strings to get JFK into the office. And then a few years later, it was like a year or so later, RFK was the attorney general, and he started attacking Jimmy Hoffa and the Chicago outfit, and they felt betrayed after they pulled the strings to get him into office. And so that was another grudge that the Chicago outfit had. Now, on the Maryland thing, okay, Hoover, FBI, yeah, you know what I'm saying. He had his dark, twisted past, but he knew all the deep, dark secrets of the Kennedys, both RFK and JFK. He blackmailed them, and that's how he was able to stay in office for so freaking long. I seen this one guy. He was a not really hitman, but it was an interview. He actually said, he goes, I was there whenever they done Marilyn Monroe, and it wasn't a pill overdose. They scattered the pills there, but they took a suppository, and it was a special thing that they. Then someone else said that they just shot air into her backside.
Yeah.
So I don't.
So
it's all.
What about this question down below? Does anyone remember why Mr. T and Ted Cruz had beef started in 2016?
No, but I was shocked to see that Paul Ryan, or
the Rhino.
Yeah, Rand Paul is supposedly a good guy. It's Paul Ryan and Pence had an assassination plot against Mr. T, though, and
Twice.
That's why. Yeah, well, that's why you hadn't been seeing Paul Ryan for a while, and Pence supposedly was taken out in 2017, supposedly, and a different famous person has actually been the vice president since then. So,
right,
is what I've recently found out. I don't know. There's all kinds of topics.
Ted Cruz supposedly was born in Canada, and his parents are from Canada, is my understanding, or at least one of them is.
Now, all this is theory. It's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Some of the things I've come across, I'm just stating that right now. In case CBC is, in case CBC's listening, I mean, it's not set in stone there, buddy.
No, these are nothing but opinions. There is no facts behind anything that we're talking about. This is
And
just a bunch
everybody
of people
knows
talking.
opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them.
Some
Sorry.
have two.
Hey, I've seen some people that it's hereditary. They have a third nipple, men
Right,
and women. I'm like, what? I've
right.
known some people, the little divot above where the good Lord split you, the little divot right
Hmm.
there, that some people, it's genetically, they have like a little extra bone tail thing on them.
Mm,
Seriously. It's like a little nubbin, not actual tail
yeah, right.
that, that I've seen. And so, is it actually 23 chromosomes on each side? Or is it 24 or 24, 26, 26? Who knows? Or is it less than that?
To be honest with you, I mean, I, I don't trust science anymore. Um,
But not truthful.
Science is nothing but some smart person's best guess at whatever they're trying to prove, you
Well,
know?
it's just like these archaeologists. That's the word I was looking for the other night. Okay, if you take an archaeologist from the Smithsonian Institute, he's not going to be truthful. If you take one
Right,
from a lower class college, and this lady, she was a very astute archaeologist, and she found some recent truth 10 or 15 years ago, and they covered it up, and it was to do with carbon dating the dinosaurs are us or something like that from way back in the day. And they actually found the truth, she did, and her professor or whoever was above her covered that truth up, and sometimes they take credit for that. The professors do, the upper ones above it. And I'm like, you little rat think. But yeah, the Smithsonian covers up a lot of it if it don't fit the narrative.
yep.
On the geological, I guess you'd say. I don't know. It's just weird.
But you got to remember that science at its foundation is
Just a theory.
guessing. It's theories. It's guessing at mathematical problems and things like that. I mean, shoot, we learned that just by watching The Big Bang Theory, you know? All the tribulations that Sheldon Cooper goes through, and you're learning that it's just somebody's guess, and they come up with something that sounds plausible, and they publish it, but it's still just a guess, and the government wants to treat it like it's actual fact when nobody knows. That's like they knew of the Higgs boson particle, but they were never able to prove it until, of course, they created CERN. And
The
then they were able to produce and find the Higgs boson particle, which is the so-called God particle.
there's the okay. If anyone's ever followed Graham Hathcock, David Icke's kind of, I don't know.
I don't really get into
He's,
David Icke. He's a little all over the place, and he's too cocky about his so-called predictions.
I forgot the other gentleman's name, but if you go back into Joe Rogan's YouTube podcast, because I can't stand to listen to him on Spotify, I'd rather watch him. There is quite a few shows with Graham Hathcock. What is his name? A bearded guy. bearded, and they really on their stuff about the ice ages and how it happened. Like there is a mammoth that instantly froze that had undigested food in its stomach up in Russia.
Yeah, I
It's
saw that.
I want to say it's San Andreas effect, but it's not the San Andreas. It's the something other word effect. Okay, it's like a snap freeze that happened within a few hours of itself, and the mammoth got froze, the wolves, and it's just weird.
Yeah.
So, and now
Didn't
they're
they just
saying
find? Let's see. There was something else that they just found down in Antarctica that was frozen.
do you want to go on the subject of Antarctica again?
Oh, I don't care, honestly.
All
I
right.
mean,
So they drilled.
the conversation about Antarctica actually intrigues me.
All right. This is from what I know of, and I want to learn more about it.
Hang on, money. Hang on, money. Let's get a 1 for yes or a 2 for no. Do you want to go down this rabbit hole about Antarctica? Everybody in the chat.
I was
Before we
bouncing
just
back
jump
and forth.
into it, because that's one thing on my channel that I try
Yeah.
to do. I know we get caught up in conversations,
Oh,
but
Kathy, you're on it.
I like to include the chat. I don't want the chat to feel like they're being forgotten in any way. I want
know,
them
no.
to feel like they're part of the show, because they are. They're a big part
I
of the
know.
show.
And I want to apologize to chat right now for bouncing a bunch of JFK stuff to Ice Age stuff to everything else.
But it's all interesting, Monty. It's all
It was
interesting, and you're trying to pop off from the top of your head on topics. So
that's what happens though in my head. It just boom, 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 different things, and
right.
It's weird.
Welcome to my life.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we're getting a solid yes
1
that they want to go down that rabbit hole. So
right.
Tell us.
Kathy, you're pretty much right on from what I know of. The fallen angel. I tell you, okay.
I missed that. Let me scroll back.
So, within a year or so ago, maybe it might have been a few years ago. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago. They did a core drilling through the ice about 3 to 5 miles down, I want to say, and they took out and looked at what they could find in the actual core samples of the ice. Well, they didn't stop until they hit solid ground. So in that, throughout those different ages, you can follow in through the ice rings and what I'm saying, different crustaceans, this and that in it. There was all kinds of things. There were still some organisms that was still alive at the very bottom. Now, that's what's interesting. How can it be alive if it's been frozen? But there is fresh lakes, from what I've read.
You got to consider cryogenics in
exactly.
that, because in cryogenics it's a flash freeze.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you keep the subject alive.
But to be able to still be alive after a couple million years?
Why not?
Yeah.
You can put crazy. If you can put they have a place in Arizona that's a cryogenic freezer. So I mean, old people, if they want to and they can afford it, they can have their bodies cryogenically frozen, and
like Walt Disney.
Yeah, and have a predetermined wake up date when some computer will thaw them out, and it may be a couple centuries from now. Who knows?
That's where you get into the cell regeneration part, though. Anyways, Antarctica.
Dude, if they can cryogenically freeze you, they can they can revive you. You gotta
Right.
you gotta consider something. Any technology, and I know I'm going off track from where we were designed to go, but any technology that we see and have in our hands today, the government has had that technology for probably 80 years, sitting on a shelf somewhere in some
Longer than that.
warehouse. Yeah,
Longer than that.
possibly even longer than that. Just depends on what it is. Because every time that somebody comes up with a good invention, like say, I don't know, cold fusion, the government steps in and they take it over. The person who developed it
Sorry.
is either forced to work for them in secret or they're disappeared. And their invention is just put on a shelf until it's deemed useful for whatever reason. And then when the technology is obsolete to them, they'll release it to the public.
Or they think that we should know.
Or if they think that we should know, they'll declassify it and they'll release it to the public. You know,
All
but
right.
they hide all kinds of stuff from us. Things you couldn't even fathom.
I know. The things at the Dulce base,
Yeah.
that's crazy. The things at
So-
S4, Groom Lake, and Area 51, it's all the same place to me, right there in that.
Yeah.
They got some
Yeah.
wicked things. Anyways.
Anyway, let's go back to
So-
Antarctica because that's where we
Yep.
were supposed to go. So
Yep. Squirrel.
squirrel.
So down in Antarctica, I know a few of you've probably seen where it shows the picture and it's a pyramid. Well, yeah, there's actually that. There's okay. Pyramids
Suze, I
in
won't
Egypt
start
is not
singing then.
the pyramids in Egypt are not the only pyramids we have on this earth.
Oh
There's
no, they're all
pyramids
over the planet.
all over. Bosnia is a huge one.
Even underwater.
Underwater, there's supposedly one with the Eye of Ra in the Bermuda Triangle.
In the Bermuda
That's what
Triangle,
causes
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And the ones in Egypt used to have a gold cap on them. A lot of these pyramids used to have gold caps on them, and they are on ley lines, which are the
Yep.
Earth's natural
The power
energy.
lines.
Yes,
Yeah.
and underwater aquifers usually flow underneath them, and that's how they're generated, right? So you got Bosnia, you got Egypt, you got the one in the water down by Bermuda Triangle. There's one down in Antarctica. There's some in Japan and China and Thailand. Let's see. There's a few more others. I know Bosnia, and where's the others? Anyways, people try and like say, "Oh no, that's not an actual pyramid." Oh yes, it is.
Yep. Just
So
because
now-
we don't see it in its true form today doesn't mean that it was once, it wasn't once, completed. Just like
Right.
the pyramids of Egypt, they were completed to whatever specifications were needed at that time. Although they say that the pyramids were landing pads for the ships.
The ones from India, the Vermana, I think that's how it is. Yeah, those. Oh, that's some craziness right there too. Anyways,
We're still not talking about Antarctica.
I know.
Kathy
So-
has a comment. Says you got to consider they're not. She's talking about the fallen angels. You got to consider
Yes.
they're not beast as we believe. They are spirit beings, demonic to say the least, which isn't destroyed Only God can destroy them. And that's absolutely correct. I don't think of them as being physical beasts. Um, and actually, the fallen angels, if you consider the fact that they took human women for wives and bred with them, they
Came up
wouldn't
with
be
the
a beast
Nephilim.
anyway. Well, the fallen angels, the Nephilim, basically the same thing.
Well, no.
There's really no difference.
Okay. The Anunnaki. You've got the Nephilim. You've got the
Right.
Watchers, and then the Anunnaki wanted to breed with the women of the
Right.
day.
And the Nephilim are the children of those breedings.
Yes, and
which
they're the giants.
Puts them as part of the fallen angels. That's what I was saying.
The Nephilim, from what I understand, are the giants.
Yeah, they were giants.
Yes.
They were okay, you remember the TV show Xena Warrior Princess?
Yes.
Okay, in there you had Hercules and all the other demigods. The demigods are the Nephilim. Hercules would have been considered a Nephilim. He is a child of the fallen angels and a human woman.
Zeus and Odin, and yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's half human, he's half god, he's a demigod.
That's right.
That is the new spin on the Nephilim. They just call them demigods.
Right. All right. So they have found things buried in the ice down there in Antarctica. They won't really disclose what they are, but we all know, or all theorize or suspect what they are, and like what Kathy said.
She added to that, and I'll put that up in just a second. I wanted to put up what Anne Marie said here. There's also an entrance that Richard Byrd supposedly found at the North Pole. It was an entrance to Agartha.
Yeah, and they had ships that traveled within minutes from one end to the next.
Yeah, from North Pole to South Pole through the center of the Earth.
Okay, I've read.
Here's Kathy's other part.
I've read Admiral Byrd's journal entries, and he was speaking of the internal sun,
right,
in the middle of
the waters,
Yes, and he said it was like a garden almost like a Garden of Eden down there, but it was the habitat was lush with vegetation and everything else, and it had its own energy source.
Right.
So I've read that. I don't know, Kathy, on that. I've heard that too, but okay. So the only thing, this has been several years ago. I was playing online Call of Duty with a buddy from Pennsylvania. He's the one that threw up the theory of the hollow earth. And I'm like, what? And so about 2 or 3 years later on, I come across some of those articles, and I was reading them, and I'm like, and that's where I found Admiral Byrd's journal entries talking about that. And if you go and look at Google Earth, they have smudged pictures at the North Pole and the South Pole where they theoretically should be. You can tell where there's regular ice, and then in the center, where there's the no-fly zone, there is smudginess where they doctored the pictures.
Yeah.
I've seen it. My friends have seen it, and so what's underneath that smudginess? That's what I want to know. Why is the treaty down there the only one that the United States has never broken?
Right. That's a good
You know,
question. That is a very
uh,
good question.
I've heard about the Nazis having their base down there in New Swaziland. Uh, how they had their own flying machines, and how they beat us and told us never to come back to Antarctica. Uh,
Yeah, that was
there's
on
a lot.
Bird's first expedition down there when they got
Yeah,
wiped out. That was when the introduction of the Foo Fighters came out.
yep.
The Nazi
Now
Foo Fighters,
the there's
which
all
is where you
kinds
get the
of
name of the band, the Foo Fighters.
yeah. There's all kinds of I don't know materials, rich materials down there in Antarctica.
Well, yeah, it's
So
untouched land. There's so
yeah,
many minerals and everything down there that all these governments want to get their hands on,
yep.
you know.
And who's the two
Hi,
biggest?
Bella.
Who's the two biggest countries that are in agreement in this treaty? Well, it's Russia and us.
And yeah. Oh, believe me, the big C country is involved in that as well.
Oh, I know.
Anything
SAFE
having to
has.
do with minerals and mineral rights and all, I don't know the exact number, but there are several countries that have military bases in Antarctica,
Oh yeah.
and they've been there since just after Admiral Byrd went there.
Well, the United States had a pretty good sized base down there, and
Oh yeah,
so did well Germany,
Germany.
but
They were the
Russia.
first one with a base down there.
Yeah, and then we put one down there at the other end of the island. If it's an island, it don't really float.
Back up.
It don't.
Okay, Kathy says, I'm not sure. I'm confused about the Nephilim part. I just saying the angels weren't made with sexual parts. Only the things made on the earth has those parts, I believe, at two feathers. Okay, so she's talking to two feathers. You know what? To be honest, Kathy, I have no idea. I know that in the stories that I've read and heard about the Nephilim, uh, and of course what you see in the movies, you know, they got to be portrayed by people. So I guess automatically you think that they would be people just like us. They may be bigger or smaller or whiter or I don't know, but they're people just like us in our minds.
You
So
want to
it's
know what?
kind of you got to step outside your mind to figure that one out.
Hey Johnny. Hey Bella. Miss
Hey
Blue Moon.
Johnny,
All right. You want to know what I've seen? What I've read about or seen on videos. All right.
no, I
They
don't want to do that.
could they couldn't actually sexually reproduce with the regular women. They did it through. Uh, they somehow, from what I understand, it's like kind of like telepathy in a way. Not really telepathy, but they could do it through their minds, which is weird. This is why I wasn't really wanting to touch that particular part of the subject, but and so that makes me think that they was beings from somewhere else. Kind of like getting anal probed, you know.
Well, I guess it depends on how much you believe in the in all the myths. you know. Well, Travis finally went off. Yeah, it depends on how much of the myths you believe. You know, you got the Greek myths and a few others.
Right. Whoa.
And they
There-
all have similarities between their individuals within the myths.
Yeah. Like the battles between the angels.
Right. How many
They give them-
different civilizations from different areas in that time period could discuss the Battle of the Angels, and both stories have similarities.
Right.
There's got to be something true about it. It's just where do we find that information?
You gotta step back and look at the big picture, I guess. It's hard to explain. So,
I already gave him one, Miss Blue Moon. The moment he came in the room.
damn, you're quick.
Hey. I know the names of people that I see in our other chats, and that are good moderators, because I see them hard at work in those other chats every day.
Oh yeah.
So, when I see one of them pop into this room, they're gonna get a wrench. Don't even have to ask me. Sorry, Monty.
Are you guys sharing little notes down there like in third grade, Miss Blue Moon?
It sounds that way.
Yeah, we want to know.
Let's see. Like the Giants of today, we're finding out about like Goliath in the Bible, so anything is possible, Monty. You know what, Kathy? In the Bible, in Revelations, somewhere in there, I can't tell you exactly where, but it does discuss that things that have been hidden will be brought forth in the end times. They will be discovered. And over the last, how long would you say that, Monty, that we've been having archaeologists find these amazing digs where they're bringing up things like the Ron Wyatt, when he found supposedly YouTube, and anybody else out there who's going to fact check this, but when Ron Wyatt supposedly found the Ark of the Covenant and pulled it out from underneath what was supposedly the actual post hole for the crucifixion, that his cross actually sat in, because the story claims that Christ's blood ran down and dripped down and went down into that hole, the post hole, and over time made its way all the way through to a cavern where the Ark of the Covenant had been hidden, and his blood dripped down onto the seat, which would be the lid, that is referred to as God's seat. And when they finally found it and they took it out of that little cavern, they tested the blood, and supposedly it was real blood. They say, again, I'm repeating what was in a documentary on YouTube, They say that the blood was verified to be the blood of Christ, and it was compared to the blood on the crown of thorns.
I see you dancing down there in chat.
But anyway, I think we're finding a lot of information about the giants just in these archaeological digs that have been popping up, where that's exactly
So-
what they found was, like 12 feet tall people, 15 feet
sometimes
tall
big.
people,
Yeah.
and and I think the tallest they found is somewhere around 30 feet tall.
I don't know about that particular one.
I'm not
thought it was
positive about that, but I believe
Right.
I've seen a video where a documentary where they were talking about skeletons that were 30 feet tall.
a lot of those archaeological digs have been going on since like the late 1880s
Oh yeah,
on up.
yeah,
Because when
Yep.
they was finding them, they didn't know.
that's why he's the co-host, Miss Blue Moon.
I tell everything on what? You want some milkshakes?
He was he was voted in earlier in the show, basically by the chat to be the co-host.
No, she said I was telling on them for dancing.
Oh, okay. Are you not supposed to be dancing, Miss Blue Moon?
So
You go ahead and dance your heart out.
imagine what the DNA would be on those giants.
Right?
That'd be weird. Now, since you mentioned the Ark of the Covenant, I've heard several times about the one being in the bottom of the basement, covered up in Ethiopia, because the Ark of the Covenant got taken to Egypt.
So we're told.
By way through Jerusalem to Egypt, and then down in even further south into Ethiopia. There is a. It's crazy. What?
Sorry, man, that's funny.
I ain't no tattletale. No. So, in that particular church, okay, the group that's down in there is a group of black Jewish people, and they're the rightful owners of Israel.
Thought the Nazis got what? Go ahead, Money.
They practice the same religious practices of like how they kill the animal and everything else, how it's kosher, this and that. They practice the same religious ceremonies as the people in Israel do now. And so they're the one that's in charge of the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia. There's only been very few people that's ever actually seen it, that are allowed to see it. Because it's still very powerful.
Yeah, you can't even touch it, supposedly, if you believe the history on the Ark of the Covenant. If you touch it, you die instantly. If you open it, Well, no, I don't know necessarily it was radiation poisoning because
have you seen?
they could put the sticks through it on each side and have the slaves pick it up and carry it. And the slaves that were carrying it were fine as long as they didn't touch it. If they touched
Right,
it, they would drop dead in a heartbeat.
but
And
I've seen the theory where, okay, like Jericho, for instance, they circled Jericho. I forgot however many days. Yes, they blew the horn, but they also had the Ark Covenant with them.
um, yeah,
I'm
um,
just thinking. I've seen it.
I don't
Notes.
know. Did the Germans, the Nazis, did they ever have the Ark of the Covenant?
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that either. I know that they were looking for it.
That's more or less off of a movie, but
Yeah, that's kind of. I wonder if that's where those thoughts come from for everybody, because a lot of people think that the Nazis had the Ark of the Covenant.
but Hitler, and I forgot his name. There's a particular name. He had the castle up there in Bulgaria and stuff, or Austria. They went after relics like that, like the oh, now I can't think of it. The it's the end of the spear of destiny that
Hmm.
he had, that he'd went after such relics like that and tried to find the Holy Grail and everything and all these other different relics.
Aha, the ultimate question, the Holy Grail. The most sought after item in the history of the world. What is it? That's a good
You
question.
want to know what my personal belief on that is?
Yeah, I want to go ahead.
Okay, so they say the Holy Grail gives life. What on this earth gives life?
The only thing that gives life on this earth is God.
Women give life on this earth.
Mm,
They they are able to.
you're okay. Yeah,
You can get.
I see the connection you're making. I'll go along with that. Um,
That's what I'm getting at on that.
and the reason that I will go along with that is because my belief is that um, Mary Magdalene was the Holy Grail.
Well, still she's woman.
Huh?
Still she is woman.
Yeah.
She was able
That
to bear life,
yeah. That's why
to
I
give
agree with
life.
you, because I believe that she was the Holy Grail.
And the Catholic Church tried to muddy her name
Yep.
for centuries, for lots of centuries. And I don't know.
Um. Hmm. Look at this one, Money.
Well, it's just like I've heard of that and too, uh,
I
because
think it was. I think it's spiritual. I don't think it's like a booby trap kind of a thing. I think it's spiritual. When you touch the seat of God, you can expect bad things to happen. It's not meant for you. It's not meant for humans. It's meant for God.
I understand.
And it just like you can't open it either. If you open it, you know what's inside. I mean, is it really like what you saw in Raiders of the Lost Ark, or
No.
because that's what most people believe would happen if you open the Ark of the Covenant. They believe
All
some
right.
bright light's going to come out and it's going to kill anybody who looks.
What was it? Okay. Was it Aaron? Was it Aaron?
I was already thinking that, Kathy.
Was it Aaron or who was
Have
it?
we even
They
gotten close to it yet?
yeah. He was the high priestess in charge of it, and they had to don special priest garb in order to ever be
Right.
around it. That's where I was
Um,
going on the nuclear, because they found nuclear ancient bombs a long time ago. The Anunnaki had them. So I seen where someone theorized that the Ark of the Covenant was one of those things.
I don't
It
know if
it
I can. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
that's where I was not meaning. I'm not saying it's not spiritual. I'm just saying it makes you just go,
Yeah, I'm gonna
uh,
have to think about that one. Are y'all still dancing to Milkshake?
my milkshake makes all the girls go. Whatever how
Yeah,
it goes. I'm too tired.
yeah. Your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
You've never heard that, Bella? It's for real. Don't
That is
whatever you
a
do. Don't listen
funny
to WAP.
song. That is a funny song.
Oh my gosh.
It's quite well, it was quite popular here in California a while back.
I seen where chicks, or I call them chicks. They was 20 something. They was posting on Snapchat here and there and this and that, something about WAP this, WAP that. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Finally, I was like, okay, I'm gonna look up this song and I'll listen to it. I got to listen to it. I'm like, oh my gosh,
I don't know that song.
WAP
Yeah,
by Cardi B.
I don't, dude. Do you see
Listen,
what's on my shirt?
Slayer.
Do you think I listen to Cardi B?
So, quite. Are you talking about? Is it, Slayer is almost like Metallica, isn't it?
A little bit heavier. And Kerry King from Slayer is a
Megadeth,
personal friend of mine.
Megadeth, and Pantera.
Yep.
Let's
Kerry
see.
King lives about 5 miles from me in the HOA where I used to work.
HOA.
I also have a personal friendship with Everlast.
Someone tried saying that he was from Detroit.
He is, but he
Oh,
he lived just a few years ago. Him and his wife were living right here where I used to work.
ah,
I was the head of security at the HOA that they lived in. Also Marcus Houston and Romeo, the original Romeo, now known today as Rome.
have no clue
Yeah.
on that.
Do you remember God damn it. What was their name?
I'm reading chat, laughing.
Do you remember the young kid rappers in House Party?
House of Pain, Crisscross.
No,
What?
no, not Criss Cross. House of Pain was Everlast.
Jump, jump,
Um,
jump around, jump up, and get down.
okay, yeah, yeah. That was Everlast. That was
Really?
some of his. Yes, that was Everlast.
Do
That
you
was actually
remember?
one of his very popular songs. Oh no,
You
you're
remember
thinking
the?
Chris. You're thinking Crisscross. Jump, jump. Yeah, okay, that's Crisscross.
I thought that was House.
No, that's Crisscross that did jump around. Um,
So you can ask me anything on country and I can nail it on that, or classic rock.
Immature. Thank you. Immature was the name of the group when they were kids. There was three Three kids in the group. One of them wore an eye patch. That was
TLC?
Marcus. No, it's called Immature. Today they're called IMX.
Oh, I don't know. Had no clue on them.
But anyway, they were popular. How old are you?
About that age.
About that age. They were popular back in the early 90s.
Back up now.
Yeah,
Whoa.
they were early into the rap game.
You got to remember, Garth Brooks was big time then.
Oh, you ain't got to tell me about Garth Brooks, bro. I'm all about Garth Brooks.
I've been to his concert at a little fair right here in this county in '89 when he first started out.
I've seen him twice in concert.
I'm 45.
Oh, I'm 49. You should remember Criss Cross. If you remember Criss Cross, you should remember Immature.
Kind of. There's some bands I didn't put their songs to the name of the bands. You know.
Well, anyway, they're residents at the place that I used to work at. I also have a couple, Christian Craig from Supercross and Eli Tomac. These are all people that I dealt with all the time. They're all friends of mine.
Must just be California bands.
Not just bands.
I'm joking.
Not just bands.
Bella, what's that link you put in there?
Anyway, let's not disappoint. Okay.
You remember Snow?
Oh, did she drop out on us? Did Kathy leave us?
Don't go.
She hasn't posted in a while.
We didn't get to dig back to Antarctica.
Yeah, she hasn't posted in a while. So
these are all opinions. It's nothing that.
No, but still, we said we were going to Antarctica, so let's finally get there.
We did.
This cruise has taken long enough.
We did. I touched on it. What I knew.
Okay, we touched on it. We didn't actually get all the way on land or on the ice.
Okay.
You know, we got to talk about the penguins and.
So if ice melted off of Antarctica, what did you think you would see? Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? I'm up here just talking to myself.
It's got to happen at least a couple of times when I'm on, you know, my browser.
Still here, and Kathy's still here.
Okay.
Bella's laughing at us.
Well, that's why they come to watch us. We're entertaining, at least. We're full of shit most of the time, but we're entertaining.
Do you remember Snow from Canada? He was a rapper.
Nope.
Boom boom down. I think that was his name.
Nope.
Forgot the rest of the song.
You know what? I may hear the song. I may listen to the song. But I wouldn't know who sang it.
Riding down the street in my 6'4".
Oh, that's NWA, brother. Easy E.
Yeah. Who the government took out.
I grew up on that.
Who the government took out. And then
yep, I still have that CD.
Okay. You want to know? Okay, you want to hear a little interesting little thing that I thought about?
We're jumping around talking about a whole bunch of shit that doesn't make any sense. Pretty much. We were supposed to go to Antarctica and discuss Antarctica.
We was
on a serious level, but
and then you mentioned the Ark of Covenant.
Yeah, and that kind of threw us off into another direction, and now we're talking about famous people in music because we have Miss Blue Moon and Bella and a few others out there that are dancing to the milkshake song. So we're just kind of all over the place tonight,
Yeah,
but we're
yeah.
having fun and
It's
hopefully
Friday
everybody's
night.
laughing and or at least have a smile on their face,
I
you
like
know.
big butts and I cannot lie. The other brothers do deny. When a
Get
girl
gone
walks in with an
into
itty bitty waist and a big
milkshakes.
thing in your face, you get sprung.
Oh wow, we are way behind, man. We should have just gone to Antarctica because apparently they're talking about milkshakes and beavers now.
What?
Good night. Good night, Christina. Yeah, that's what Anne Marie just said right now.
Oh my gosh. Hmm.
So I mean, I didn't know Shane was in the room.
These are our milkshakes we could use. People wouldn't understand. Yes, it is early Saturday morning.
Good night, Christina.
Yeah. All right. Antarctica is lush with vegetation and everything underneath all the ice. Short, plain and simple. There's a lot of wonders down there. A lot of wonders that I want to know if they're true or not. Plain and simple. There you go. End of subject.
Hey, you didn't talk about the penguins, dude.
Watch Happy Feet.
Watch Happy Feet.
Tell you what, he was a little toe tapping fool. Oh,
Wow.
I'm tired.
I
It's like my
Yeah,
brain
I-
just went.
hear you.
It's only two.
I'm
It's only
I'm
one.
in that
It's only 1 o'clock
swap.
your time.
Yeah. So I'm getting close to where I need to be.
Too much for
Uh,
you, Christina. All right, you all pick a
Right.
subject and we'll go from there. How about that? I'm
There
sorry.
you go. There you go. Do you want us to
And no
talk about
milkshakes.
you dancing or?
No milkshakes. No beef. I can't help it.
Oh, okay. So what did I miss here from Two Feathers about a good or something about a good conversation? So did you break your milkshake? What happened? Oh, okay. Here we go. If maybe this is it.
Superhuman race.
Charlie, father was in World War II, got a little tipsy one night, spoke of things. Superhuman race have dishes with Nazi symbols on them and the official Iron Eagle, but a wing is broken. Wow, really?
Shit. That is interesting. So, superhuman race. They was successful in that.
Yeah, they were.
They was.
I
In
think all
fact,
of I
it
think
went
that
beyond.
technology. I think they took that to Antarctica actually.
Yep. Now, I seen a video where this German was talking about he was from the Aryan race and that they was off of a specific planet. And I'm like, huh? You had me up until then. So, and he talked about the moon bases. And then this dude was German, so it was being captioned into English. You know, the
Are we
closed
going
caption.
to talk about the moon now?
Not if you want to.
Okay, Anne Marie wants to hear about what Two Feathers said.
That's what we was just
And
talking about. We was talking about the
oh
superhuman
no,
races.
well, Anne Marie, what part do you want to talk about? Because there's a couple parts to that. There's the superhuman race, and then there's the
Miss Blumen.
Nazi dishes and the eagle.
Girl, just get your sexy back and your milkshake
Singing.
will return. They're cracking me up. Makes me want to jump down there and chat. Throw out
Right?
some beavers and milkshakes. Ah. Uh,
Wow.
I
Wow,
feel
wow, wow.
exhausted now. I really do feel exhausted now. Why does my brain do that? It goes through a whirlwind of things, and then all of a sudden it's like I'm exhausted. I hate
I
it.
know the feeling.
They used to have me on lithium, heavy doses, and yeah, it started making me feel all sluggish and everything, and so I quit taking it.
Huh.
Yeah, over
I don't
1,000
know.
milligrams.
Yeah, I don't take what they give me anymore.
Drop the like, but have to change device. Drop the link. Drop it like it's hot. What? Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Can't
You
can't turn a
two
hoe
feathers,
into.
you drop the link so you can come up?
You know that Ludacris song?
The ludicrous song?
It's hoes on a mission. It's hoes on a.
Oh,
Can't turn a hoe into a housewife because hoes don't act
right.
right. Hoes on a mission and hoes on a. The tall Nordiques. Oh, possibly. Drop the link. Finally, we're gonna have some organization up in here because my mind is like scattered brain, and it's not. I've only had
I
one
gotta go in
Pepsi.
here. Comment.
I had a buddy call me earlier when we was in Gigi's chat or up on the panel. He goes, "Hey, buddy, this bottle of vodka over here is wanting your attention." I'm like, "I'm good tonight."
There you go, two feathers.
Oh, drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot.
The apple bottom jeans, the boots with the furs. I cross my heart.
Okay, don't, no, George Strait.
Oh.
Squirrel.
Don't take the girl.
You can sing Tim McGraw.
Oh no. My friend and Mike. This is why I don't know the groups that you was mentioning earlier, because during that time, me and my friend used to, on the corded phones with the cords, we used to play country music trivia. We'd call each other up, and have the radio close by, play just a little bit of it, and say, "What song was that?"
Well, yeah, that's basically name that tune.
Yeah. Monty be like squirrel. Yeah, yes. Yeah. I can't help it. It's usually like that too. If people let me just free roam.
Okay.
So,
Since
does anyone
we're
really know the
talking
timeline?
about music,
Does people really know the timeline of the Egyptian pharaohs? Is it really on the same timeline as what everyone thinks, or is it off track a bit?
what are you talking about?
The pharaohs during the time of the reign of the pharaohs.
I have no idea. Can you see
So, for
that?
instance, yeah,
That was the group Immature that I was talking about.
oh, okay. They came out about the same time as TLC.
That's Marcus Houston. That's Romeo, the original Romeo,
Okay.
not little Romeo Bow Wow, or whoever the hell he is. The original Romeo.
So, since you're on the subject of music, Jada Pinkett Smith, who Jada Pinkett was Tupac's drug dealer and best friend. They
Yeah.
was real close together. It's weird how after the Vegas shooting, Tupac did or did not pass away. Who knows? I think he might still be alive.
I think he is.
It was
You know,
shortly
and
after that.
the reason I say that, sorry, Two Feathers, I'm getting you right now.
It
The
was
reason I say that is because at the time that he was shot, he was actually involved in a RICO case, and it was
yeah.
convenient that he got killed.
You know who his parents was?
No, but don't want to get into that right now. We have Two Feathers has joined us. How you doing, Two Feathers?
I'm
Hello.
doing fine. How are you? Hi, Monty.
Doing very well, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for coming up and talking with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
So I'd love to know more about what you posted.
Okay. My father, he was at Normandy, and he got to drinking one night, and he wasn't drunk, but he was tipsy, And he said that he went to they were underground, and he saw different vats. He called them glass vats, and he said there were different parts of humans pickled. That's how he described it. So they were in some type
Okay.
of solution, correct?
Right.
And it would be
That makes me think about, some scientist who has a bunch of jars of different parts of bodies that are pickled.
right. It would be all different parts, bones, just everything, any part of the anatomy. And I went to digging, and from what I understand, I can't remember what didn't these women go to a place that was called, I don't know, it began with an L back then. And they would have these children, or I don't know, maybe they put them, they were part of this program to build the Aryan nation. I don't know.
It isn't I'll have to admit that my knowledge of the camps and stuff like that, and this is a topic where we have to be cautious of what we say
Okay, so you tell me if I'm
live on
saying,
YouTube.
okay, tell
Just
me.
you want to stay away from the actual names of things,
The
like
events.
like certain events, things that happened.
When you say
Because
a town that
YouTube will yank a channel down instantly over that in this current environment.
so so when you say an L town, was it like Liechtenstein?
Uh, I don't know. There were several of them, from what I understand. A few,
Um,
maybe.
I
I
believe,
had,
I don't know for sure, but I believe there was a place where they took the pregnant women.
that's right. Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Let's see.
Am I too loud?
No,
No.
you're fine. You're
Okay.
perfectly fine. Um, Go ahead and continue. I was thinking about that when I should have said something before we actually started into the conversation. But yeah, we do have to be careful about what we say because they will yank the channel down if they don't like the conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't apologize. It's again, it's something that we're all having to deal with, and we never know what trigger words are going to affect us. until they happen. So, but I know other channels have been pulled down for
Such words.
saying certain things. It just like we can't say Potato Head's real name,
Right.
or we might get pulled down. When you start getting into things that happened during World War II, if you look at the current climate of things happening in Congress surrounding that topic, there's things
See,
they don't want us talking about.
that's what blows my mind. It used to be able to talk about that in the past, and now you can't.
Yep.
That H.
Yep.
Something that happened on that on the H. Yeah.
Yep. If you ask me, them not allowing us to talk about those things is the biggest anti-Sem
Well,
epic.
the biggest censoring of speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest infringement.
Yes.
Right? So anyway, I'm sorry. So go ahead.
Well, he was just livid with mom. She got the dishes out, and she was she was serving, the meals on the dishes, and he came home and raised 9 kinds of hell, about it. And so anyway, yeah, I have a few pieces left with those symbols on them. They're white.
Did the
Go ahead.
did the plates? You said that the wing was broken off of one side.
Mhm.
On
Or something.
on the eagle.
Yes.
Yeah. Was it like that on every plate?
No, I have a separate eagle.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh.
That the wing is broke off of.
just one?
And the plates are white with a very thin red line around them at the edge. Do you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about, Charlie?
Yes, I've seen those plates.
I
I've
can't
seen
hear
pictures
you.
of them. I've seen pictures of those plates.
I can't hear you.
Oh, hang on. Can you hear me now?
No.
Nope.
I can't hear you.
How do I fix that?
Can you hear me? 2 feathers?
I can't hear Monty either.
Uh-oh.
Should I go back down?
Monty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Charlie?
Okay. Let's see here. I'll type this into the chat. Drop out and come back in.
Can you all hear 2 feathers? Down in chat?
Kathy says they can hear all of us, and I can hear her.
I can hear her too.
You can hear me?
Yeah, you hear us now?
I can't hear you.
You don't hear us?
No, I can't hear you.
How did you just answer the back then? That was weird because she answered right back.
What'd I do?
Do you hear us now?
2 feathers?
If you can hear us, 2 feathers, just drop out and then come right back in.
Well, this is weird.
Yeah, it is. See, maybe they're already not liking what we're talking about.
It wasn't me.
Right?
Laying on the couch.
And right when she's
I can't hear
describing,
you.
you can hear us now? Okay,
Hello?
let's see. There we go. She dropped. Yeah, just come.
Refresh.
If
Refresh and come
Yeah.
back in.
Yep. But yeah,
I'm hearing.
that's weird. Just as she's describing an item, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, but they would have knocked you for a few minutes anyways. Remember Travis? They took down that whole thing. Boom.
yeah. But they pull all
Oh.
kinds of little games in
Oh,
how
I
they
know.
mess with you. You know, it could be one of the Google mods, because it's not just my mods in the room. It's Google has their own mods that monitor the channel from outside.
That's because
And
of the AI algorithm.
Yep. And they can do a lot more than my mods can do.
Well, yeah. Imagine the code writers.
There you go, Two Feathers. Just click on the link and come back in.
Test that theory out and see if she starts talking about that again, see what happens. I don't know if she hit her mute button or not. I mean, that's what I was thinking, but drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. I can't help it. Maybe I need some Ritalin or something. Maybe.
See, my mic just dropped again. I had to refresh mine.
What the?
I'm telling you, dude, it happens at least 2 or 3 times every stream. It's something to do with the browser on my phone. But it drops my mic, and I have to refresh to come back.
Did I just hear someone?
Not yet. Just me.
Okay, you know how you can play games on your phone? How there's a game refresher? In case. What?
Kathy.
You're welcome, Kathy.
You make everybody tired and want to go to bed, man.
Oh, well.
Two Feathers, just grab the link and come back in. I find it interesting that they cut our connection a little bit there, just as you were starting to describe an item. Rather interesting. I yell at Gigi for yawning all the time. Damn you, Monty. He's still yawning. Oh, don't tell me you're starting to yawn now, Anna Marie. Oh, well, that's way behind. Monty, can you hear me? Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah. I had to look
Knock,
down.
knock.
Did you mute me?
I didn't mute you. You had
Maybe I
yourself
muted
muted.
myself. Maybe I was
I
still
don't know.
yawning. But yeah, I went to answer you, and I was like, "Yeah, I can hear you." And I looked down. I'm like, "Oh, maybe it'd help if I unmuted myself."
Lisa's past the yawning point, and so is Blue
Miss
Moon.
Blue Moon's like, "I am too. Thank you, Monty." yawning. Time for some coffee. Early morning,
I'm
early morning
happy
Saturday
we can be
morning.
entertaining for you, Kathy.
Hey, we could do early Saturday morning coffee and prayer. I'd have to go down and get my Bible. Actually, I got 2 in my room already.
Here, I'll drop the link again.
Drop it like it's hot. I can't help it. My scatterbrained head.
Right. There we go.
See,
there
my
it is
thing.
again. If you want to come back on up, Two Feathers, you're more than welcome.
Look what Anna Marie put. Neat when you're yawn. When you yawn.
Kathy's about to ready to put it on a pot of coffee. 4:30
You know what Confucius?
a.m. Wow.
You know what Confucius say? Person who stand on toilet is high on pot.
I love those Confucius things.
Confucius say, person who goes to bed with itchy butt, wake up with stinky fingers. Oh,
Confucius say baseball wrong. Man with 4 balls cannot walk.
golly. I've forgotten a lot of them. All right. I'm not yawning. I'm stretching. Ouch.
What do you
My
mean
back
you hear
hurts.
yourself now, Two Feathers?
What? What did I do? Is that FFS what I think it is?
For F's sake.
Yeah. It's not false flags. I mean, come on. Oh, Two Feathers, jump up here. If I'm up here, I'm up here just being Monty. I mean,
You don't sound bad. You sound like you.
yeah. That's Bella and Miss Blue Moon. They've heard me talk a lot.
Yep.
The most comfortable.
A lot of people they can't comprehend when they hear themselves talking
Oh,
in
it's
a
trippy.
recording or something like that. They can't comprehend that that's them. They're like, no,
Right.
I don't sound like that. I don't sound like that, or I sound horrible, or whatever. But you talk the way that you talk. You
Right.
can't do anything to change that.
You can talk like this.
Right? I mean, or like the guy that called in on Liberty Today that has that really, really deep voice, Jay.
That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean that he might as well be what's his name? That country singer.
Josh Turner.
No, well, him too, but
Long Black Train.
no, I'm thinking about Honky Tonk Badonkadonk.
Trace Atkins.
Trace Atkins, yeah, thank
You
you.
want to know an interesting story about him?
Shoot.
This is what's crazy. He's lucky to be alive. Check this out. Okay. His ex-wife, they'd been fighting or something, I don't know. He had just got done doing they just finished up a few days before the tile floor in the kitchen. So they got into it. She had a gun and shot right through his ribs to the very bottom chamber of his heart, and it came out to the other side. He remembers falling on the freshly tiled floor, and the coolness of it is what he thinks kept him alive. He ended up living through that. I'm like, who lives through a 38 shot through the bottom chamber of your heart? Really? That's what's crazy. And then he lived through another major accident of either being shot again or something. But anyway, that I just said, that's what It blew my mind on that.
And I didn't even know about that. Either one of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one of those people that follows musicians and bands and stuff like that. I may like their music, and I listen to all different kinds of music. I like classical and
Exactly.
opera and country and pop
Eh.
and rap, and I mean, hell, I I got a killer sound system in my truck, and I love pumping that bass.
Do you want it? Okay, opera. I can't understand Italian like that. If I was versed in it, yes, I would be able to enjoy it more. Do you want to hear a good song in opera? And the look up Barcelona.
You know what I like about opera, and it's not just I could care less about the language. I don't need to understand the language.
Right.
The thing that
Well-
is so special about opera is the intense emotion within it.
Right.
So, and
everybody-
if you can understand that emotion, you can understand the song without hearing the actual word.
Right. Everybody knows Freddie Mercury, right? Queen, Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Yep. I even know his real name, but it's not available to me in my head right now. It's crazy. He never had a singing lesson a day in his life.
Nope.
In fact, he had a couple extra teeth up top, and he didn't want to ever have them removed because he thought it would damage his singing. So
it would
look
have,
up
because it gave him higher range.
Oh, his range, dude. His range went from low to high.
Yeah.
In this song that I'm going to have you look up the song Barcelona. It's with a female opera singer and Freddie Mercury, and it is awesome. Holy cow.
I'll look that up.
It blew my mind away when I was watching a Freddie Mercury documentary. They mentioned it, so I typed it into YouTube, and the next thing I know, I'm like, oh, holy cow, he can do opera too. Reading your lips. Thanks, Kathy. Country music, a lot. Okay, country music originated out of the Appalachian Mountains, right? The Carter family. There's a couple others, but they always say the Carter family was the very first origins of but actually it started with the Irish and Scottish settlers that settled in Appalachia. Their folk songs and everything else that they played, and then coming out of the Appalachian Mountains, and that's where country music originated from.
Can you hear that okay?
Oh yeah, I hear it. You don't want it any louder because you'll get popped for it.
Well, once they start singing, I won't play more than 10 seconds.
Oh man, the best part is halfway through the song when he's really hitting his range, and it just makes your jaw drop because you're like, you wouldn't expect it out of the guy that was singing for Queen.
I jumped to about the middle of the song, and now it's buffering. If I skip around, that they might not hit me.
Have a blessed day, Lisa.
Good night, Lisa. Okay.
Okay, so
we
you
don't-
you
So
you get
yeah,
the gist. You get the
but that's
gist
in
of it,
English.
right?
Yeah, but they're singing in English.
Well, here's the thing about that song. Not only does he sing in English, she does too. But halfway through the song, or she's actually an Italian or
Yeah.
Spanish
I
opera singer.
know who she is. I used to.
Yeah,
I worked at the LA County Music Center at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion and the Disney Concert
right.
Hall and Amundsen Theater and all that. So I got to meet a lot of these people when I was working there.
Her range is unbelievable. The thing about that is he wrote both parts for that song, her part and his part in Italian,
Right.
and I'm like, oh my gosh, he wrote it, produced it, sang it.
Why does that surprise?
Just because people don't give him credit, people don't want to. They just give him credit, like, yeah, he was a singer for Queen, yada yada. He was gay and he contracted HIV. You get what I'm saying? So they don't go beyond their closed mindedness to actually open up to his music.
That's what, number 3 so far. My mic is.
Yeah, it could be just. Is it your computer or the phone?
It's my phone, but it's the Google Chrome browser on my phone that keeps kicking me out. Oh, who do we got? Two Feathers is back. Thank you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay.
There is a video of Freddie interacting impromptu with the crowd. He's wearing his yellow shirt outfit,
Uh-huh.
and then another one's a white one. Look up the yellow one where it just says Freddie Mercury impromptu with the crowd. He does the different ranges in his voice, and they mimic him back
Mm-hmm.
note for note. And at the end, he goes, "Hell yeah!" and then he says something else. But
Well, that was at the end of the movie when they did the benefit concert.
well, this actually happened in Wimbledon
Stadium.
is when he in '85, I think, something like
Yeah.
that. When
That
it
was
actually,
that was the benefit concert that they did.
yeah, not Farm Aid, Live Aid.
Live Aid, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The YouTube still has the authentic clip of that, and he said you get such a rush of knowing how 10,000 people at that time was huge. He goes,
Mhm.
over 10,000 people, that you have that much control with them.
Right. And he
And
was the only one in history who's ever been able to harness the power of an entire sold out crowd.
Yeah.
Yep. The man was amazing.
Oh,
Extremely.
absolutely. Extremely.
So, okay, so let's pause that, and
right.
we have Two Feathers back with us. Thank you for coming back.
Thanks
Make
for
it sound like a
having me.
radio show.
You know, somebody the other night told me, I'm sorry if you're in the room, I forget who it was, but somebody told me the other night that I have a radio voice.
Yeah.
I don't
Someone-
hear it, but yeah, somebody said that the other night.
Someone on our neck of the woods said, I jumped down or I seen it in chat while I was up there with them talking. And he's like, Monty has a soothing voice.
Actually, you do. You do. You have a calming voice. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
I got a mouth of a
So-
sailor, though, when I'm mad.
Well, we've already seen how I get when I'm mad. and
Oh
that was
yeah.
nothing. So, but anyway, let's not. I digress.
Yeah. Feathers. Two-
I give you the floor, Two Feathers.
Well, I don't know what to talk about. I was
Well,
looking.
you were starting to describe the plate to us.
Okay,
Yeah.
they're white. They're white, and on the outer edge of the plate, they have a red ring around them. And then there's a little bitty piece of white that you can see past the red ring, you know, whether it's oblong, a saucer, um, um, a tea kettle, cups, had all kinds of pieces.
You have like a whole collection or just a few pieces?
Not now, not now.
Oh, okay.
My mother moved. My brother had the dishes, and I don't know. I don't know what he did with them. We were. What is it when you call? See, I told you my mind would go blank.
Oh, well, it
Strange.
happens. It happens. I'm hosting the show. It happens to me all the time.
My brother was estranged from the family for about 9 years. So I don't know what happened to a lot of things that were my dad's. He thought he should have everything, so.
I can, in a way, I can understand that. You know, guys always want their father's stuff, and the girls usually want their mother's stuff. And not in all cases. Some, you know, daddy's girls out there, they want their dad's stuff too. Um, but can you imagine what a set of those dishes alone
Brain.
would
I
be
looked them up.
worth today?
I looked them up one time and they said they wouldn't be worth anything. But this was before. Probably it was
I
around.
I honestly I can't even believe that they would have told you that they would be worth nothing. And you're talking about
Like a
something
dollar
that's
something.
from 1940s, you know, World War II Germany,
Right.
you know, and not on the good side. And those would be collector's pieces. I'm sure that those could go to auction and sell for a fortune to a collector.
You would think. Yeah.
It's just, I guess, finding the right person to help you get it to auction.
Hmm. I think my
Wow.
sister has a few pieces left. I have some.
Monty,
What's he doing?
yawning.
Oh.
And he did it. He pulled up his video and with his hand in
No.
front of his face.
Because of what they said in chat earlier, not because of y'all.
Well, why would you pull up your video to yawn for us, man? Come
Because
on.
Anna Marie told me to pause it when I yawn.
You better be careful, man. I may have to find a new co-host.
Oh no. Look what Kathy put. Anyway, sorry.
Exactly, Kathy. Did he really just do that on camera? My goodness, after we already jumped down your back about it. For
See,
shame,
this is
for
what
shame.
sucks. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is what sucks. You can't see the chat, what they're saying.
Yeah, you can.
I can see the
How?
chat.
It's a little square.
Try. Are you on your phone or on the computer?
Tablet.
On the tablet.
Okay.
Yes.
Down at the
Go
bottom,
ahead.
you'll see mic, camera, cam mic, chat, and leave. Don't hit the leave button.
I won't.
But there's the button where this little square it says chat. You can click on it,
I will do that right now.
and then on the regular
Oh.
comments, you can see what they're saying.
And if you turn the tablet sideways, then it
It's in a
should.
Dex. It's in a Dex. It's an Android with a Dex. You know, I have a Titan thing.
Oh, a keyboard attached and all
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Kind of like a, what do they call them for computers? A docking station.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Say what?
So if it's sideways sitting in the docking station, then you should
It-
see the screen, and then off to the right side you should see the chat.
I just see the whole screen. I screwed something up today and pressed the. I need to reset and do everything.
You know what? If you tap the screen,
Hmm.
you should see where the red line comes up and the play pause button and all of that. Over to the right side of the
Yeah.
bottom of the screen, where you should have the square that allows you to go full screen or to drop it back down to the normal screen. And there's one in there that it will actually throw your chat down below.
I see it now. I have StreamYard and I have the chat, like the video right in front of me. Now I can see the chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you there?
Cool.
See?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
We're here.
Are you there now?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? I don't
Helps
think
if
she can
press
hear.
play, doesn't it?
Can you hear us okay
Are you
now?
there?
Hello?
We're here. Hello. Yep, it cut out again.
Hello.
What the?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
We hear you.
I think she hit mute button. Draw a mute button on a piece of paper and with an arrow through it.
No,
You
it
say-
wouldn't be her mute button, because then we couldn't hear her.
Oh,
If she hits her mute button, that would block any sound coming from her end, so we could
Maybe
hear
some
her,
apps-
so it's not that.
it's either the Google app that needs updated, or it's YouTube app that needs updated. One of the two. You know what I'm
Remember, she's in through StreamYard.
saying? Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, maybe it's the Google app that needs updated. If you don't have it to where it's automatically updated every time that it needs an update, you have to go in and manually push it, do a manual push of updates.
There she is. Yeah, you know what's different about mine on this end, where you have the mic,
I'm in
the
here.
cam.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Yep, we hear you.
We hear you.
Can you hear
Okay.
us? Okay. And is your screen still good where you can see the chat?
If I hit, there's what?
Making me laugh now.
Hey, this is how we learn things.
Right?
Trial and error.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can
Yep.
you hear us? That's the more important thing, because we've been able to hear you the whole time. Did we lose you again?
Hello?
I hear you, Monty, but I don't think she can hear us. The chat can hear her. We can hear her. She just can't hear us. I don't know how exactly to tell her to be able to fix it. Unless maybe her volume is turned down and that's why she can't hear us. That would make sense.
I don't know. I hear someone's crickets.
No, can you hear me?
We hear you, yes.
I can't
Yes.
hear you again.
Yeah,
What the?
yeah.
I hear Monty,
You hear
but
How do
Monty?
you hear
Charlie.
me? How do you hear me and not Charlie?
Ah.
This is crazy.
She drops out.
Well, come back in. Have to go into your the Play Store apps updates and just check. Do a quick check to see if that app needs updated. Might find that there's several apps that need updated. Like, you know how many times I've had to update my Google Maps, Google what's the other one? Google Drive, Facebook, and YouTube. All in the
I have
last 2 weeks. I've had to
I have
update them
mine
5
set for
times.
automatic, so I don't worry about it.
Well, there's some apps I don't like having updated because I don't like them. It takes up more memory space on my phone, and I can't afford that right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a newer phone. Mine is several years old.
I just got this. It's a Samsung A20, and I'm with Straight Talk, and it cost me the most I've ever paid for a phone. It was over 200 bucks with the case. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I
And
paid
the
like
minutes.
$140 for mine. I'm on Straight Talk as well.
Yeah.
But can you hear us now, Two Feathers? Hello?
Can you hear us now,
Can
Two
you hear me
Feathers?
now?
We hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think she's having a little bit of an issue there. Let me see.
That's usually when mine gets built up on when it needs refreshed, it'll just bounce me right out. Most generally.
I'm gonna drop her back in the. I guess I just
Cassie's like, who brought Travis's crickets in here?
remove from stream, and then bring her back in. Okay, can you hear us now?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us now? Nope, she still can't hear us. It's got to be one of those settings on your tablet. Try checking your speaker volume. Make sure it's turned up to an adequate level. I don't have anything muted from my end, and if you were muted, we wouldn't be able to hear you, which we can hear you.
Are
Yeah.
you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yes.
Are you?
Yes,
Can
we're
you hear
here.
us?
Take that as a
No,
no.
she still can't hear us.
Go all the way out.
She dropped out again. Yeah, she jumped out.
Go all the way out, and then that's the first thing I would check is the Google Play Store. Go to the apps and see if they need updated. See if there's Google or anything else like that needs updated.
Yeah, I just went through that on my phone
If
a few days
if that
ago. Okay, she's
if
coming
that
back in.
doesn't work, you got to do a soft reset on your phone, and it's just.
Are you there?
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Hello?
great. It just takes
Hello?
going out and refreshing sometimes.
But what happened was I was on DuckDuckGo. Then I had to go back to Chrome so I could hear you.
Yeah, DuckDuckGo does not work on most of the streaming services, you have to use Google Chrome or Firefox.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, they won't. For some reason, it won't enable your mic, and in some cases, it won't enable your camera.
You went again. I can't hear you. The sound's
Hello?
gone.
Wow. It just dropped out again.
I don't know what it is. Maybe.
Huh. I don't know. I
Does
really don't know.
If you go into
Can you hear me?
Chrome, hell, yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
If you go into history on your Chrome app and see how much cache, whatever is built up.
Yeah, I
always-
clear the cache all the time.
Yeah, because if that builds
Yep.
up, it'll act wonky.
Well, not only that, but did you know that, like, if you're doing online shopping, say on Amazon, okay?
Yeah.
And say you look something up, and then you close out your browser, and several hours or even, a couple days later, you open it back up and you start searching that thing again. The more you search it, the higher the prices will get.
What?
Yes, because you know how they drop cookies. Can you hear us, Two
I
Feathers?
can't hear you.
No?
Hello?
I see your head moving back and forth. No.
I can hear you. I hear you.
I have my ear. Yes, I have them in. I'll unplug them and
No.
try plugging them back in. Would that help?
No,
My-
no.
He said he.
I
Yes,
hear
I
Yeah.
have. Yes,
you.
Here.
kind you have.
No, he hears you.
Unplug them and
No,
plug back in.
He hears. No. No, he hears you.
She can't hear you, Monty.
Hello?
You're not You're
Hello?
not helping anything. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you. See,
Okay, great.
What happens is every time I go out, then I have to X out of Chrome, then go and hit the link, come back, and now I have to take the earplugs like you have
Hmm.
and plug them back in. This is what the problem is on StreamYard.
That's weird.
Interesting.
Did that make sense, what I just said?
Well, I mean, you're the one dealing with it, so I can only go by what you're telling me. But I've had stranger things happen, so yeah, I believe it.
I did a bunch of different changes to my phone, so I'm gonna have to go back and reset it because I
Right.
didn't know that about DuckDuckGo and StreamYard, or what's the other one?
Restream.
Restream. Okay.
Yeah, like that's one that Travis uses is Restream.
Okay. I've never
And
been on
then,
StreamYard then.
Yeah, I use StreamYard. Who else? Gigi is using StreamYard. I
Brenda
think
uses
Mike.
something
I
different.
think Mike is on StreamYard now too, isn't he?
No. Restream.
Liberty. Is he?
His is
He's
same-
on Restream.
His is the same as Travis's.
Oh, okay. He was on. Oh no, it's Ken. Ken is on StreamYard.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, and then he went to Restream.
Yeah, he said he
did-
liked it.
He already dropped StreamYard.
Well, he's dropped everything as far as I know.
He's only
Well,
got
no,
two.
no, no. He's bringing his videos back up on YouTube. He's just waiting for the publishing company to do a sweep.
Right.
So they want to make sure that they get everybody to stop using his music other than Liberty before they proceed. That way he has legal recourse.
Right. I came in on the back end of that when I guess Ken hooked up with you all. Well, I didn't even know who you all were. I was just listening to different things in the background, not saying nothing.
That's how we
It's
all
like-
ended up here.
It's like, you know, I here's my opinion. If I want to fight with somebody, I'll fight with the husband, right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to get online and fight with people. That's not cool at all. It's very disrespectful, especially me coming into your stream and then
Yeah.
picking an argument with someone. No, not at all.
Yep. And I can't say that I was necessarily any better by going in and you know, going at Travis about it, but
I didn't see you go at Travis.
yeah, I did go at him. I wasn't trying to, as Dreamweaver put it last night, I wasn't trying to gaslight Travis. That definitely was not the intention. And I thought that I had thoroughly explained that I was very angry at that moment.
Hmm.
And you know, I don't care or try to control what comes out of my mouth when I'm angry. And I just felt he needed to know what the optics of everything that was going on was causing. And uh, they just didn't seem to want to hear it.
See,
They once she dropped off panel, they just wanted to move past it and not give anybody a voice. But yet everybody in the chat was waiting for Travis to open up, have somebody drop down or something so somebody could go up there and say something.
I missed
And
that.
yeah,
Missed it last night. So I don't even
well,
know who she was.
oh, she was just somebody from another channel who's constantly uh, going into other chat rooms and trying to stir up trouble, and they bring their whole squad over into the chat with them. Basically,
think
what
I'm-
they do is they're creating new material for their show. That's what it comes down to.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I know who it is.
Um, she's always coming up. Her and another one are always coming up in Liberty's chat and trying to stir things up. And over there they tolerate them. But last night, she going on another person's platform and then calling Liberty out. Um, that kind of pushed the limits right there. And then all the other stuff she said last night, just it was rather disgusting. I'm glad that you missed out on a lot of it. Can you still hear us?
I can. I'm right here.
Okay. Everything just kind of went silent. So, but yeah, it's a situation that's best, left alone at this point, I think.
Sounds
know.
like it.
We don't need to create any more animosity than there already is. amongst a lot of people, and quoting somebody else, a lot of people were hurt last night.
Well, that's not good.
No, that's not good. Not at all. And it wasn't from lack of trying to get it to stop, because everybody was screaming for it to stop. So,
Yep.
anyway, yeah, I find all of that stuff, that those heirlooms that you have, I find all of that very interesting. I actually, uh, I've always wanted to have a collection because I'm fascinated with World War II. And I've always wanted to have a collection of items from that other side, as well as, a collection of our own, but to make it complete.
Mhm.
It's historic, and so much can be learned from that era. Um, Obviously, things that should have been learned either weren't, or they've been ignored, because it sure seems to me like we lost World War II.
Seems
At
like.
this day and age, with everything that's going on, it seems like they accomplished what they wanted, which was to infiltrate the United States and
Yes,
take it over from the inside. And looking at where we are today, I'd say that they did that.
I would say so too.
So how
Look at
do we fix something like that?
I have no idea.
have you seen chat Anna Marie's comment about a book she has?
I'm afraid to
Oh,
touch it.
yes, I saw that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, don't say the name of that.
However,
Don't to say the name of that.
I'm not. That's why I didn't say it out loud.
Yeah.
I have an old book that's titled Was You Ever in Cincinnati? Very old.
Hmm.
What's it say?
Instead of was, it's with a V. And
Yeah.
instead of Cincinnati, it's with a Z. Was
Yeah.
you ever in Cincinnati?
Well, you know that person of that third
Yep.
reign,
Yep.
he didn't he wasn't he sent to the United States and he was taught in some of the schools here, or was that someone else? There's been several of them like that. But
I've never heard of H coming to the States to be schooled.
are you
I haven't.
sure?
I'm pretty sure. I've never heard that.
Monty, what is,
Yeah.
isn't there a secret society in Cincinnati where all the presidents, oops, I say,
They're
secret.
actually all over the eastern part of the country,
Mhm.
in
Hale,
the original
and Harvard, but
colonies.
mostly Yale. But
Yeah, well, that's where you've got the
322,
the S and C's, and
322.
yeah, that's where they all come out of, is those big colleges over there.
William
See, Anna
Howard.
knows what I'm talking about.
See, I can't. I'm not going to touch nothing to look at the string.
It's all right. What I was
Some-
just discussing about someone coming over here and having a education.
Mr. H.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not the first one. There was
I'll
wasn't
look into
Napoleon.
that.
Wasn't Napoleon. Oh gosh darn it. He was another
I know, you know, in modern day terms of bad guys, you know, we had people like Osama, uh, you know,
he was actually schooled in Pakistan. In
not
in
before
his
he was schooled in the United States. That man
Right.
was on the payroll of the CIA.
Well, yeah.
So was all these
Drilla.
all of these leaders in all these countries over there. They were all CIA assets.
3-letter agency.
Oh, I'm not worried about them.
Operation Paperclip? Oh well. Step right in.
Yep.
Warner von Braun, I mean,
In that respect, Monty, if they want to come to my door and get me because I said the name of their
Not-
agency, come
not
get me.
you. Not that.
Who, me?
The
No, we're talking about the C blank I.
yeah, the
blank
clowns in
A.
action.
Yes, them.
Yes.
I'm talking about the platform.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
know. I know.
Trigger word.
Well,
Anyway.
hey, you know what? I need a legitimate reason to join Mr. T's lawsuit. So let him.
That's what Jeff Riddle
Seriously.
said. They yanked
You know
Jeff
what?
Riddle down for a
I-
week for medical misinformation. He goes, "I'm going to walk in there, stroll in there in a wheelchair with a neck brace on against this lawsuit." I'm like,
I was
Jeff.
well, what was it? On Liberty today. They were talking about that lawsuit and what, you know, just one person's potential claim on that would be, and they were talking over 1.3. You know, 1.3 million.
Yeah.
That's how massive this lawsuit is. If
Yeah.
one single person who has a claim is going to get that kind of money, you know, it's worth
All right.
it to sign up for that. But you have to be legitimate. Don't just go claiming, you know, oh, your comments were blocked in a chat room. Oh, I've been violated, so I need to jump on the lawsuit wagon. You know, that's going to be more for people that have channels that are being taken down.
Right.
They legitimately, because their content is being shut down and censored. And
Howard-
amazingly, they won't give us the same, you know, 230 protections that they give to Fbook and Twitter.
Well, I've been taken down twice.
You have
What did you say?
you have your own channel?
Tweeter.
Oh, on Twitter you've been taken down twice? Wow.
Yes. Yes.
I've tried to get taken down on there and they just don't seem to want to take me down.
Once it was for there was a person
Mr.
that
T.
did no. Everything this person did the graphics. It was connected to the Department of Justice and to Mr. T. Everything went to them. And I just retweeted or retwatted or anyway, however, I don't like that word. Um, an end of a month thing, this person done, and boom, I went down. It was the first purge. And I don't know, it was probably 6 months, 8 months later. They said my account was spam. And so they reinstated it. But I don't know if I should say this here. You know what you do when you go down, right?
Yeah.
You come back again. Okay.
That's right.
So then it was taken again down again, probably let's see, from it's right before Mr. T was. Both of them. But I think you're allowed to have two, aren't you?
You're allowed to have, I think, 2 strikes, and unless your
No, 2
content
accounts.
is 2 accounts. I've got 3,
Okay.
and a lot of these guys, they've got 4, 5, 6, 10,
Right.
20, possibly. I don't know. It just depends on how much work they want to put into have all those backup channels.
Right.
It's 420 in Kansas. It's always 420 somewhere. Yep. And I partake all the time. I don't hide it. I don't deny it, lie about it, nothing. I partake all the time.
Well, you're where it's legal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm where it's legal, but it's, even though it's legal in a lot of circles, it's still frowned upon,
It is.
Oh yeah. Even here
I-
in California, where everybody is smoking weed, it's still, a lot of them keep it behind closed doors, and I just really don't care about keeping it behind closed doors.
I was kind of not really surprised, I guess, but just about the people that's in our little community on here that do. Some of them I
Yep.
knew for sure. Then there's some
I
of them I
was-
had my suspicions of them.
I was asked tonight not to smoke on camera
By who?
on another show.
That was
On
just
my
on?
my regular nighttime show.
Really?
Yeah, and I understand, because she does too.
Oh, I know.
But she requested that we just keep it off camera. Cigarettes she don't care about, but the other she wants to keep off camera. So, I'll oblige.
Might be smart on your part, on both of yours part.
Oh,
No.
what's anybody gonna do to me because I smoke? There. You know how many shows are out there that are based on smoking? I mean,
I never
you've got
looked for
guys. You've got guys out there. Hell, Snoop Dogg is constantly on podcasts, and they're just blazing left and right. But you've got Smoking Scan, where the guy's sitting there smoking as he's listening to the Scanner Police stuff.
Really?
And then oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you should. It's actually quite interesting if you're bored late at night, you got nothing else to do. You listen to it. It's actually quite interesting.
Okay.
Because they follow scanner traffic from all over the place. We get Las Vegas, Los Angeles, up north, it's all over the place.
It does sound interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want something to listen to in the background that you don't have to watch, I mean, you can always sit down and watch it too, but you just have it in the background while you're doing other things, and it's uh it's a good filler for, having that background noise. And the stuff that they get into sometimes, if you're ever interested in, police calls of different types, you're going to get a lot of different ones.
Mhm.
And they'll usually stick with it until that incident is over with, and then they'll move on to the next. So he's one I subscribe to.
So,
Um,
what topic was we going to talk about?
I have no idea. You know, this is a
You
fly by
told
the seat of your pants kind of operation here, Monty.
you was getting on to me for not talking about Antarctica a while ago. We talked
See,
about Antarctica. We've talked about everywhere.
Kathy knows what I'm talking about with Smoke and Scan. She loves that dude.
Oh, that's his name. That's the name of his show, Smoke and Scan, right?
Yeah, Smoke and Scan.
Okay. I'll
I,
have to
I
check it
think.
out.
Let me verify that. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the channel. I've got him actually uh, subscribed. So
Two Feathers, are you Native American?
Well, my grandfather's mother was Cherokee.
Right.
So, right. So then I I don't know anything about my grandfather's father. Um, my grandfather, you could tell he was a little bit, well, more than a little bit, but it was something you didn't speak of, you know. No, 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 no. I mean, I don't know. This is not a racist comment, and I hope no one takes it as such. Um, but I grew up in a lily white neighborhood. I mean, there was only one black family that went through. I mean, I think she had like 14 children. So it was like one for every grade, you know? So it was really a shame for me.
Are you by chance in Texas?
No, I'm in Kentucky.
See, I was
close
gonna
enough.
say Texas, Kentucky, or Tennessee because the way you say "so," and
Yep.
yeah, I
This
pick
is
up on
his
that dialect.
channel right here.
Ah, let's see. I can't see it. It's awful small. I'm afraid to touch
Oh.
anything.
Here, don't touch
Turn
anything. Let me
sideways.
see what I can do about that.
Go full screen.
Uh, let's see, layout or
Hang on, boys and
whatever.
girls.
I guess we're going with
Come back.
that one. And here we go. Solo layout. Boom. Now you got my big ugly mug on there. Can you see that better now?
Okay.
Tell me what.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I
I've got
think
it.
somewhere in there.
I've been through
Yep. Smoke
Paducah,
and Scan.
Louisville, Lexington. I've been through a few of those.
Can you still
Yeah,
hear me?
his cat.
I
Yes,
can't hear
we can
you
still hear
again.
you. Uh-oh.
What? Hello?
I can't
Uh-oh.
hear you again.
She can't hear us again. Drop out and come back in. Um, yeah, his cat's
Sorry.
name is Stinks.
What?
Yeah,
The?
it's a good show to watch and listen to. It's funny. And he does rounds of smoking. You know, when certain things happen, he starts smoking and all kinds of stuff.
Huh.
So
Oh,
definitely worth a watch. Let's see. Let me switch back. Good time.
Peter Frampton. Good. Good.
What do you mean, Anna Marie? Oh, okay. No, never mind. Never mind. I know what you mean. I gotcha. Yeah, pushing buttons,
Hello?
trying to figure out what different things are. Can you hear
Hello?
me now?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, goodness.
Are you playing with us or can you hear us actually?
Hello.
I don't think she's playing with us. I think she can't hear us again.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Try it again.
Okay.
Damn you,
So on
Monty,
this,
you got me yawning now.
I
Fricker.
can't help it. Oh, I've gone several thousand times. God, to try and mute myself. All right. So on the Jada Pinkett Smith and the Tupac. Check this out. They was hanging out real close. Da 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 da. He gets shot supposedly. Da 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 da. It wasn't even a year or so later. She gets with Will Smith. They have kids,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, towards this last year, when things are starting to go down in Hollywood,
Hello?
she goes off. Hello.
Can you hear us now? Two
Nope.
Feathers, can you hear us?
No, she bounced
Nope,
out.
she dropped.
She gone. She gone.
Yeah.
She RUNNOFT'd. No. Come back. Come back. Okay. So
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
that's when you get your definition of insanity, though, too.
Oh, hang on, I'm gonna get a little back. See, I gotta turn my mic or speakers off on the
Ow,
laptop.
my teeth are hurting. So it's weird that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith split up because she ran around on him or whatever,
Right.
and then Will Smith's popularity declines. Just like
Yes. Well,
you know what
you
I'm
gotta
saying?
understand. You gotta understand how Hollywood power couples work. They,
Exactly.
yeah, they're put together
For a reason.
for certain reasons and for building one or the other or both. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can see.
Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yes.
Anna
You
Marie
can see what?
is like, can you hear me now?
I can hear now.
Okay, this is not a Verizon commercial, I swear. Even though it comes very
I
close
forgot.
to being one, it's not a Verizon commercial.
I forgot about that.
Or a Sprint commercial, because yes, I'm aware that the guy went from Verizon over to Sprint. He was a trader. So, but it's neither one of those. You're gonna go take a nap, Anna Marie. I hope that you get more than a nap. I hope that you're
Yep,
able to fall
me too.
asleep and
I'm about ready.
have sweet dreams all night long and wake up feeling nice and rested.
Tell
I
him I'm
think
sorry
we sorry for what?
for all the mess ups.
You're all right.
You don't
It
need to
happens.
be sorry. It's not you.
I'm sure it is something I'm
It's
not.
No,
technology.
no,
It's
we're
technology.
when you're dealing with something like a computer, believe me, uh, they have issues that are completely unexplainable at the most inopportune times. So I don't put any fault on you or anybody else when these issues happen. They just happen. So now, when you get somebody who is watching their YouTube when they call in, and you tell them to turn it off, and they can't seem to figure uh,
Puff,
how
puff,
to
pass.
mute the TV, then that can get a little annoying just because of that background, that backfeed that you're getting.
Yes.
And I know you've heard it on some of the shows. But when you're hosting the show, you get it even worse. So
I have, I call them, no, I better watch. I call them dick ears. You know, sounds really, they mess with me bad. And it's like Liberty's channel, when it starts racing, the chat, I can't watch it.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no, ooh, I'm out. Nope.
yeah. Usually, if you watch at the beginning of the show,
Hmm.
the chat is just screaming, and that's because everybody's jumping in and they're all saying hello to everybody and all that. So that chat is just moving like crazy. There's no way you can read it. I sure as heck can't most of the time. But as the show progresses, the chat will start to slow down and you'll get just barely moving. And then it'll jump a little bit and then it's just barely moving.
If you put slow mode on, it'll creep all throughout the thing.
It's better if the host puts it on slow mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yep.
Where are you from, Monty?
Kansas.
He's out there with Dorothy.
Right. You got, never mind, I'm not going to answer that. Ask.
What?
Red shoes
ahead.
and click them together, but they were really
Yeah.
silver, wasn't they?
Yeah, they're ruby.
Originally
red
they were
slippers.
ruby. Yeah, ruby red.
Well,
Ruby.
I thought somebody came up with that they were silver, or did they change them to silver?
They might have. Look
I
at how
don't
many
know.
remakes there's been.
I mean, I remember them being red.
Yeah,
So
that's what I remember is ruby red.
two feathers.
Yes.
Have you ever been somewhere else and you start picking up on their dialect?
Usually
So,
when I go down south.
Oh, way down south?
Well, I am supposed to be south, but like
I can
South
tell it.
Carolina and Georgia.
Oh yeah, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi.
All those accents sound the same to me.
Just
they're
about.
different.
Even northern Florida is pretty close like that. If you listen to Tom Petty's, yeah, dialect.
Mhm.
Yep.
Now Texas.
They're different. Yeah.
Yes. Oklahoma,
Yep.
Kansas.
Yep.
I was talking normally one time though, when I was out in San Fran. This fellow, this dude was tall for a white dude. He was taller than me. Come walking up into me, and we was at this bar after work. He goes, "You're from Kansas, I can tell." I was like, "How can you tell?" He goes, "Your accent." I was like, and he had this Kansas Jayhawk hat on. I'm like, "Where are you from?" He goes, "Lawrence." I'm like, "Oh, holy cow!" Being in a total different state, meeting someone from the same state as you, it was just weird. In New York, I pick up on their accent a little bit, not much, nothing like I can do on this in the more southern states. But everybody looks at me, and if I'm not changing my accent, if I talk normal, they say that I have that twang. I'm like, twang? He's like, "Yeah, you're like from southern Missouri or something." I was like, "No, I'm not."
You definitely have an accent.
Oh yeah.
But the what do you consider the worst accent in the United States? What states have the worst accent?
Who, me?
Man. I mean, have you ever come across some true New Yorkers like um
Yep.
kind of like
I've I've I've
Queens,
been I've been to
Bronx,
I've
Brooklyn?
been to New York. I've come across many.
The people from Long Island, there's two counties there in Long Island, right? There's Nassau and oh shoot, I forgot the other one. Anyway, it's part of Queens or Brooklyn, somewhere in there, where it breaks off at. So they can tell their accent different from the other five boroughs, and
Boroughs. Yep.
I'm
Yep.
like, what?
But which accents? I guess I shouldn't say the worst. Which ones stand out to you the most? I'll give you my two that stand out to me the most, and that is Boston and
What's the
is it
talkies?
Wisconsin? I think it's Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Minnesota, eh?
No, the Minnesota. That's it. That's the other one, Minnesota. I swear,
Yeah,
I swear the people from Minnesota are Canadian. And I don't
I
mean that
can.
as an insult to the Canadians.
Right, they do sound pretty similar. Um, the ones that always get my attention is the southern twang, like any of the southern
Alabama's
states.
not in New York.
Huh?
Kathy says Alabama, New York. I said, Alabama's not in New York.
Uh,
They may have a city called Alabama somewhere around there. I I
there's
don't
two
know.
different Sarasotas.
Maybe upstate.
There's Sarasota, New
Dude,
York, Sarasota, Florida.
do you know how many riversides there are in the United States? How many? Um,
There's actually
uh,
Pleasanton, California, Pleasanton, Missouri, and Pleasanton, Kansas,
right.
and Pleasanton, Texas.
Okay. Orange County, California. Orange County, Florida. Orange County, New York.
Dade County, I think, is only just one, and I think that's Florida.
Uh, yeah, I'm not aware of any other Dade. Well, there may be other Dade counties.
Right,
Uh,
but nothing like that I've seen on
yeah,
Cops.
no.
Bad boys, what
Dade
you
County's a
gonna do?
bad place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she picked Alabama and New York.
Oh, okay. All right.
Alabama. Alabama.
Uh, Alabama sounds just, normal Southern to me. And I guess I'm kind of biased towards Southern accents.
Kentucky and Tennessee almost sound similar to me, but if you go to Mississippi, Alabama, they sound different than the other two I just mentioned. And then if you go to Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, they're different.
Hmm.
Georgia has a more slow drawn out
Yeah, My
accent,
my daddy's from
kind of in a
Georgia.
way. They got a little bit more twangy to it.
Yeah, my daddy's from Georgia. Mom's from Texas.
Some of the Texans, though, I've met, they got it's more long drawn out accent to it,
Depends on what part of the state you're in.
right?
Like over in San Antonio, they got a pretty drawn accent.
Some people that I've played online with stuff, they's like, "You're making fun of me." No, I'm not. I pick up on people's accents, and then I it it's hard. Like, I was doing this one job in Texas. I was down there for several months, and it was hard for me when I come back home to break that accent. Like, usually I take 1 or 2 days. I'm broke of it. I go back to my regular accent. It took me months to get away to break myself with the Texas accent, and it was crazy. When I was in LA, I was proving to someone how I could change my accents and how I could talk differently and everything else, And
Yeah, it's
and
all
they was just
nasal.
like, and they was just like, "What is wrong with you? How can you do that?" Even my daughter was blown away with how I could change the tone, the dialect of my voice.
That gives you the ability to sing multiple types of country music.
Kinda. Right now, I got a kind of a partially stuffed up nose.
No,
You can sing.
Huh?
he likes to try.
I'm embarrassed. I,
What are you talking about? You were just trying to sing some George Strait earlier.
that's nothing, dude. Me quipping off some verses like that's nothing.
Okay, well, that's singing, right?
Yeah, but that's not me really trying. When I do try, though, it's usually
That's not what was asked of you.
I know. I'm not going to sing though.
We'll get him at a later date.
Okay.
see, you mentioned San Antonio, and that reminds me of Charlie Pride's song. Is anyone going to San Antonio?
See what I tell you?
Yeah.
I can't help it. It's
Monte loves to sing.
I've listened to rock, 70s rock, Metallica, heavy metal, rap, Tupac, NWA, hip hop, classical.
Oh, I love you, Anna Marie.
What?
She says, "Okay, I am addicted. I am back." LOL.
Hi, Anna Marie.
That was an
I
awfully
can't see
quick
the
nap.
chat.
That was an awfully quick nap.
That's all right. Me and Charlie will read them off to you.
Gotta go change devices, Kathy. Okay.
How many devices do you have?
Well, at least
If
two.
you're
One to
dev-
charge, and one to use.
If your technological devices have names, I can't say you might be a redneck. That's Jeff Foxworthy.
I love Jeff Foxworthy.
The beaver bit his nipple off.
Oh my God, you sound just like him.
Oh, Monty, wasn't you talking? I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Wasn't
No,
you
go
talking
ahead.
about somebody that had 3 nipples or something?
Yeah, I was just
It's for
rambling
real.
earlier.
There was this.
Oh, I know.
Yes, this chick had 3 nipples.
But did she have 3 breastises?
No. It
See,
was
that's
just
the thing.
like,
It's just a nipple, like a mole, kind of almost.
yeah,
Looking.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
Now there's a guy. I've known him since he was little. We used to call him Boy. Now in his family, the genetic third nipple happens, and his mother had it, he had it, and it's just down and below the other one. Sometimes, it's just not directly in the center of the chest like a lot of people think when you tell them that a person has 3 nipples.
hers was like to the side.
Yeah, it's just weird. There's no breast or areola. It's just a nipple.
Yeah.
Charlie had to go to the little boy's room.
Did he?
I guess. I hear doors. There are things that are known and things that are unknown, and in between are the doors. I am Lizard King. I can do anything. I'm sorry.
I grew up in northern Kentucky, right? And
Right.
like, all I'd say, 15, 18 miles south of me,
Yeah.
they had more of an accent than I did.
See,
Just 15 miles.
isn't Kentucky hooked on to? Yeah, it is. West Virginia, Virginia, and then you got Cincinnati, Ohio. It's
We've
right
got
there.
seven.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a tri-state area. You've
Yeah.
got Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. And
Yeah.
I grew up at the where the airport is, the international airport.
In Kentucky?
Yeah, everybody thinks it's in Cincinnati. It's not.
Oh wow, I thought it was.
No, it's CVG.
I've been okay. I did a job in Coca-Cola in Cincinnati, and we went out to a bar one night, and this bar is 5 levels, and one was country, one was rock, one was rap, one was something else, and it was just all different. Every level, every floor was a different genre,
Hmm.
and it was crazy. It was crazy when we was leaving there too.
I bet it
Oh,
was.
a buddy of mine, he was married back here, but when he was out on the road, he let's just say he was dancing up on stage with this one chick. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. Uh,
Yes, Kathy, we missed you.
yeah, I know the area you're talking about. I mean, roughly. It's been a while since I've been back in that area. Really beautiful land. I tell you what, I seen like everybody believes the heartland's just flat. No, or they think that New York is just like downtown New York. No,
Mm-mm.
upstate New York during the fall is so beautiful because of all the different fall colors. Just like Pennsylvania,
Hmm.
it's
That's.
and the Smoky Mountains. Oh, I've been through them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've been through
I
very nasty weather too.
well, before I started, we owned a trucking company, right? And
Yeah.
so I thought, being around family too much, I thought, screw this, man. I'm done. I'm gonna go get me my CDLs. So I did, which afforded me to see, all of the United States. Um, but I used to run the Pacific Northwest, right? And then fall down. I hauled reefer, and we go. Well, the guy that taught me to drive, we wouldn't go to California. His ex-wife lived there, and he couldn't stand her. So anyway, uh, we just hit the Snoqualmie, Tacoma, Puget Sound, on down.
Oh, that's
It's
places I
beautiful.
haven't been.
Oh, it was beautiful, beautiful.
I even have a relation that lives up there in Washington, on both sides of the family, actually. And okay, long story short, I've been to 41 states. Uh, Montana, Oregon, Washington, and Idaho is the ones I hadn't been up to up north.
Oh,
North
they're
Dakota I hadn't
beautiful.
been to. Maine I haven't been to. New Hampshire I haven't been to, and Florida I haven't been to.
Oh wow.
And uh, is it Maryland or I think I've been in Maryland. It's Delaware I haven't been to.
Oh man, there's a
So
bridge that when the wind gets up, that bridge, they'll shut the bridge down because it just swings. It'll scare you. It'll scare you to
uh-huh.
death. But when I was running up there in Yakima, I stopped at this one place and was talking to this guy, and he says, "Where are you from?" And I told him, you know, and everything. And he goes, "You call that mountain Jellicoe, or you call Jellicoe a mountain? It would make a pimple on a gnat's ass." And he's right, man. There's some wicked ass mountains out there if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. I
What's
got.
wrong with Charlie?
It's
Nothing.
funny you call it Yakima. I always thought it was pronounced Yakima.
No, it's
That's
Yakima.
That's where one side of my McCoy relation lives is Yakima, and the surrounding little towns around there too.
Wow. The guy always said Yakima.
Yep.
Well, Yakima,
a lot of people.
yeah,
It depends
it's
on
Indian.
Yeah, it's potato.
Well, yeah. Then my mom's relation, I have a cousin that lives up there in Lacey, close to Olympia, I think.
Olympia.
Yeah, but it's Lacey. They got okay. Oh, Mount Rainier. They have
hmm
the other two. I can't think.
There's Shasta, Elk. Let's see. When you're going down, you can see 5 mountains. There's Mount Hood.
Yes, that's the other big one. Rainier, Hood, and
When Portland flooded, we had to go over Mount Hood to get back home because it tore up. It's either 84 or 82, whatever runs parallel with the Columbia River. Have to get the map back out. Look.
I so want to go up there before I perish this earth to go up there and experience that country up there.
It's beautiful.
My cousin, she always sends me pictures or posts pictures on Facebook of Mount Rainier and Fort Hood and that other, just one more other big one, like the cloud rings at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm like, I'm jealous.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous driving.
Yeah, I imagine so. See, there
Are
you
you?
was all nervous about getting up here and talking.
I know.
Yep. And you're doing just
Sooner-
fine.
Sooner or later,
Just
you're gonna
having
be
a
a regular.
conversation. And you're more than welcome to be a regular. At least here you are.
Where's Charlie? His on the live stream, he's spinning.
What?
From what I see.
Spinning.
Yeah.
Your device is messing up.
Now he is. He's there, but there's no picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he's spinning. When he takes the it's mine.
I don't
know.
see me spinning.
I didn't know quite what to expect when Anna Marie said nice markings on the kitty.
On the what?
Didn't you see me I turned the phone to show my cat?
No, I didn't. Because I had my phone down here off the side of me.
Oh.
But when I seen her comment a while ago, I was like, what?
Yeah, no, hey,
bad.
you guys knock it off.
My
Let
bad.
me, Scooter, go lay down.
That was funny though when Dawn that one night, what did he say it was? A Rottweiler and a little dog.
Yeah, something like that. It was funny.
They was knotted up and they wouldn't release, and that little dog yike 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 yike.
Yeah, wasn't it like a Yorkie or something?
Yeah, something like that. I was like, oh, that poor dog.
See, I can't hear. Is Charlie talking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't hear him. He's
really.
It says it's live and it's 4 minutes, 4 hours, 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
14.
And he's just spinning.
He's spinning.
That's what it shows on the. Are you there?
Kathy went and changed her name. Yeah. Hello?
I'm
Uh-oh.
here.
Where'd Charlie go?
He's gone.
Train wreck.
He's spinning
He-
again.
He
Is that
refreshed.
better?
I don't see him. I'm afraid to refresh.
You
Oh,
don't
hang on.
see him?
No, I don't see him. It's just spinning.
Oh,
Like,
spinning as in loading up, like you lost
Yes.
signal, Charlie.
right.
I get you.
Oh, I
Huh?
see me
Huh.
just fine.
I see you just fine. Glasses,
It
bald
might-
head, pipe in hand.
And I
If
can't hear him.
it might be your internet connection.
Right.
Tell her it might be her internet connection. since
It
she
might
can't
be
hear
your
me.
internet connection.
I've got 4 bars.
That's interesting.
Oh,
You
wait a
see me,
minute.
Monty, you see me normal,
See what the shit's
Yeah.
going on.
and I see everything normal. And I hear everything normal.
I see, Kathy. See, just a gingly chihuahua. Never seen chihuahua spelt that way, but okay.
You-
One
did
thing
you
says
get
he looks
the,
like the minute.
but did you get the name of the dog up at
Mitsubishi,
the
yeah.
top? Mizobichi.
Yeah.
I call Mitsubishi much too bitchy.
Huh. Now you want me to do Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off, Daniel-san.
Am I still spinning, Two Feathers?
How many people's in chat?
people's
I
in
show
How many
5
people
right now.
are in
Oh.
chat?
How many? 5.
5.
Why you having a crowd anxiety?
No, I was just curious how many people were still up.
Two people just came in, I guess, because we were at 3.
What the? Who is it? Who's watching us? Only the
Right.
shadow.
Right? What do you think this is? A public chat?
I don't see no swinging rotating door, revolving door there.
Right? That's
It's
because
just-
it's the swinging saloon doors.
If I touch it.
I know it's late. I'm getting delirious.
I
My
know.
mind's
It's
gonna be
6.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, it probably is 6 o'clock where you are.
It's 6:04. I gotta go to bed. Hubs
Yeah,
will
it's
want
5
to get
o'clock
up
my
and I'll
time.
say, Hubs will
5
want to get up and I'll
o'clock.
say, go to hell.
You're all right,
All
Hannah.
right. Well, I guess this is a good time we can end the stream. We've been
Seriously.
up for, wow, it doesn't seem like we've been up here for 4 hours.
What part of Georgia is Charlie's dad from?
Just a little south of Atlanta.
Man, I tell you what, I've been to Macon. Woo, woo, woo. I got a
Monty,
story
transfer that over because I don't think she can hear me still.
Can you hear Charlie?
No.
Oh, his
okay.
dad's from just a little bit south of Atlanta.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
that's what got my mind to thinking, hey,
My
Macon.
mom was from San Antonio.
Ask him if he
His
knows where.
His mom was from San Antonio.
Mhm. Ask him if he knows where Watkinsville is. Are you laughing at me?
Yeah, I've never been to Georgia.
Yeah, because I'm translating.
You're the go-between.
So you say Watkinsville?
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
wants to
no,
know if you know where walking.
no, I'm not familiar with the state. I've never been there.
In Athens.
I know where Athens is, but and I know where Atlanta
Perry,
is, but I've
Treon.
never been there. Yeah, I've never been there, so I don't know.
Uh-huh.
He's never been to. Hang on. Say that again, Charlie.
I've never been to Georgia. I'm familiar with
He's never been to Georgia,
Athens.
but he's familiar with Athens.
Oh.
This is weird.
I personally have been to Perry, Treon, Macon, Atlanta. Atlanta's not my cup of tea, and neither is Macon. You go anywhere south of Atlanta, it's just,
Ooh.
yeah, it's too dark for me. Sorry. Not saying that I'm not racist. I'm just saying I had something bad happen down there, and I could have ended up dead.
Yeah.
My boss didn't. We was on the ground floor, staying in a motel. He didn't lock the safety bar in the sliding glass door, and so in the middle of the night, around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I thought it was him getting out and going and getting fresh air. And I had my wallet on the table next to the bed. He was in his other it was two beds, and he was in his bed. And so I just remember, because I was sleeping on my stomach, and I remember looking towards the glass door, the sliding glass door, and I thought it was him coming back in, and then come over to my table. And then I closed my eyes and went right back to sleep. Well, we woke up a couple hours later, and my wallet was gone. The company laptop was there. His wallet was gone. And so it freaked me out, thinking, oh my gosh. So, and the sliding glass door was still cracked open a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Darn lot lizards.
I felt like I had my privacy invaded and stuff like that. And then our buddies
Hello?
across the hall, he stayed up all night drinking. So he'd heard the trash people come at 5 o'clock.
I
Empty
can't hear
trash.
you anymore.
Hello? Hello?
You can't. Can you hear me now? I don't think she can hear you. You two switched positions on the screen for some reason.
I stayed put.
No, you actually dropped out. I got a little thing showing that you were in the back room.
Me?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
Yep.
Ruh-roh,
And
Reggie.
right as you guys switched positions, I showed where it says guests for me, and you popped up in there like you were in the back room. But I kept hearing you the whole time.
Initially, my picture stayed the same, and YouTube was refreshing. Yeah, weird. Maybe that's my phone telling me something.
Might be.
Needless to say, I did finally find my wallet. The other two couldn't drive. My boss, we could never find his wallet, and which had all the company credit cards, his credit cards, debit cards. And this is like 98, 99.
Darn lot lizards.
Oh, it's crackheads. Because
darn lot lizards.
I found my wallet in a really deep trash
Dumpster.
container. Yeah. And the reason I know it was crackheads is because they'd taken my $30 I had in there, and they left my book of orange zigzags I had in my side pocket of my wallet.
Oh, they didn't smoke weed then.
Yeah, exactly. Crackheads.
Right. Yeah.
And so we called the cops, and I had visually seen my wallet in the bottom of there, and when we called the cops, there's nothing they could really do, and I didn't touch my wallet because I didn't know if they would want to take fingerprints. But no, they didn't really give two shits. So we was worried how we was going to get home,
because none of us could have our driver's license. Well, between me and my boss. So I was like, well, I found my wallet, and they was kind of leery about how I had found it. I was like, well, I'm tall, and I looked down in there. Well,
And there it
have you
was.
got it? Yeah. Said, well, can you get it? I was like, for one, I'm not reaching down in there. I didn't know if he wanted to take fingerprints. And he was kind of being a smartass about it and everything. So they got it for me. And he's like, all we can do is just file a report. There's nothing else
Yep.
we can do.
Yep.
Since there was just cash taken and this and that, I don't think they really believed us. My adrenaline was so amped up that I drove from Macon, Georgia to St. Louis before I even switched drivers, and we made it home in one day.
Wow.
Yeah. I was driving 85 in that 1-ton dually. Whoa. So, needless to say, I don't go south of Atlanta.
Yeah, when my dad was a kid, they had the tobacco farms out there. My dad, and his brothers and sisters, they worked on the tobacco farms during the summer and all that good stuff. Wow, we just jumped up to 10 people watching.
Whoa. Because Anna Marie and Kathy said they was leaving. I thought.
Yep. Two
You're more
Feathers,
than
thank
welcome.
you. Thank you for being here tonight and for coming up
Yeah.
on the panel and talking with us. I rather enjoyed the conversation. And you are more than welcome anytime. I will be up live all night long tomorrow night. For actually about another 2 hours past what we're going tonight. So if you're feeling froggy, come on back. And then I'll be on Sunday night as well till right about this time.
Come on back and say spell, you hear?
Yep.
Hey, no, seriously. Yeah, it was good having y'all on here. Chat, Two Feathers, everybody.
Yep. And I should be, depending on how long Liberty and GG 7989 go on their shows. I'll be on after GG 7989. And then
Yeah,
I'll be on
too.
for the rest of the night.
So what are we going to talk about tomorrow night?
Oh, I have no idea. Hopefully something that's happy and brings smiles and happy thoughts to everybody's lives.
It all can't be unicorns and rainbows. I'm joking.
I appreciate you, Two Feathers.
I appreciate every one of y'all.
Yep. Well, she's saying, okay, when hubby goes to bed, she'll come back. So.
All right. Okay.
I heard her make the comment a little while ago about hubby.
Yeah.
So. But okay, I think we'll go ahead and we'll shut her down tonight, and I hope everybody gets plenty of good rest, whether or not you actually get sleep, maybe but get some rest.
Assalamu alaikum.
And we love you all, and thank you for being here and contributing to. Oh yes, Antarctica, of course. Kathy says she's determined to get to that topic.
I'm gonna have to do some more digging to for that. Okay.
Yeah, that it sounds like you have a job to do.
Peace, love, and happiness, everybody.
Yep.
PLH.
Peace, love, and happiness. God bless everyone.
PLH.
Everybody.
Peace, love, and happiness.
Yep.
I can barely keep my eyes open.
Well, then get off my stream and go to sleep.
Don't tell me what to do.
Just a suggestion.
I know. Night, Kathy.
So, good night, Kathy.
Night, StreamYard land.
It was great having you in here tonight. You definitely know how to liven up a chat room. Between you and Anna.
God bless.
all my
Good night,
mods,
y'all.
all my other mods left me alone tonight. They must be mad at me.
Who is your other mods?
Pretty much everybody that was in the room earlier, and
Where'd
a
Bella
few
go?
others. She just dropped out. I don't know. I didn't see her say goodnight, but we were also kind of wrapped up in the conversation.
Which one?
How many did we have?
Oh, enough to cover a 13 chapter book.
You weren't very organized tonight, man. You were kind of all over the place.
Oh,
Good night,
bad.
John Boy.
Bad. Good night, Mary Ellen. These long streams, these long lives.
she
I
she
smoke
was
a
dancing.
lot of cigarettes.
Yeah, so do I.
Good night, John Boy. Yeah, Bella was dancing.
Yeah,
All right.
she was dancing. All right, everybody. So we're gonna shut it down right now. So again, good night. Love you all.
It's 4:20 on the counter. Look at it. Stream
Oh
counter.
yeah, it is. Oh, it's about to
Hey,
be 4:21.
there you go. That it is.
That's
right.
a sign. That's a sign. 420 is over.
All right. Later. Night,
All
brother.
right, Monty. I'll talk to you tomorrow. You get some rest,
All right.
brother. Everybody out there,
Later.
good night. We'll see you all tomorrow if you come and join. Have a great night. Love you all.